you. All right, let's bring the Brattleboro Select Board meeting to order. Today is Thursday, January 22nd, 2026, and this is a regular meeting at a different time? Or is this a special meeting, John?
Where are we? This is a special meeting.
This is a special meeting.
Yes.
John, has it been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Great. Are there any adjustments to the agenda that anyone would like to bring forward? All right, hearing none. Chair's remarks. I think most of my remarks I'll see, but John, do you have any?
Yes, I have quite a few tonight. Let's see. First of all, the highway superintendent asked me to let you know that the state of Vermont and several surrounding states are currently experiencing a shortage of road salt for winter storm operations from supply shortages. So as a result, the town will be unable to get additional salt deliveries for about the next 2 weeks. And this time frame may extend depending on the supply availability. The town right now has an adequate salt supply to maintain priority roads, main travel corridors, and steep hills for the next few weeks. However, to ensure that we have sufficient reserves remaining available, residents may notice changes in how salt is applied during winter weather events. During this period, sand may be used on some side roads as needed, and salt application may be lowered or adjusted in lower priority roadways. These measures are necessary to preserve the reserves, to preserve their resources while continuing to maintain safe travel conditions. Public safety remains the top priority for the department, and they'll continue to prioritize roadway safety and monitor conditions closely, making adjustments as we need to respond to weather events. And we appreciate everyone's understanding and patience as we manage limited resources during this regional supply shortage. And updates will be provided as the conditions change. The town clerk asked me to let you know that petitions for Brattleboro town officers, Wyndham Southeast School District board members, and town meeting members are available at the town clerk's office during open business hours from Monday through Friday from 8:30 to noon and from 1 o'clock to 5 p.m. Completed petitions are due back to the town clerk's office by 5 p.m. on Monday, January 26th for town officers and representative town meeting members. Incumbents for RTM members who have terms expiring, they will be mailed a notice of intent form in early January. Hopefully those have gone out, and those must be returned and signed by 5 p.m. on Monday, January 26th if you want to continue as an RTM member. Town elections will be Tuesday, March 3rd at the American Legion, located at 32 Linden Street. An annual representative town meeting will begin on Saturday, March 21st at 8:30 a.m. in the high school gymnasium. 2026 dog licenses are available either through the online portal that can be accessed through the town's website or in the town clerk's office. All renewals are due by April 1st. All dog owners should have either received an email or a notice in the mail with instructions for renewing their dog licenses. Note that we're working through the dog licenses already submitted, which is taking longer than expected. Anyone who has submitted online will receive an email with payment options. The last announcement I have for you tonight, I bring with a heavy heart. I need to inform you that Chief Norma Hardy has given me official notification of her pending retirement on March 30th. I've been working really hard to postpone this day as long as possible, but I know from extensive conversations with the chief that now is the best time for the next chapter in her life. And I thank her and I wish her all the best. Chief Hardy came to Brattleboro in 2021, and in the 4.5 years that she has served the town, we've seen a transformation in the police department that has rippled out throughout town government and in the community. Her leadership and compassion have led to innovative policing strategies like the BRAT unit, the Community Resource Officer, and a fully staffed HCRS police liaison program. In addition to that, her leadership with the Brattleboro Police Department team overall has been excellent, and I find that they work together, support each other, and support everyone in our community with care. We will miss Chief Hardy at department head meetings, on emergency scenes, and just seeing her walking the beat up and down Main Street, where she knows all the business owners and everyone that she passes. But I know the town is ready to continue the success of the legacy that she's established, and that's why I'm also happy to announce that I will be appointing Assistant Chief Jeremy Evans as the 25th Brattleboro Police Chief, effective March 30th. Assistant Chief Evans knows this town extraordinarily well, having served in the police department for 27 years. He's been a key support to Chief Hardy as they have reoriented staffing, set goals and objectives, developed top-notch training programs, established strong community partnerships, and addressed the daily public safety challenges in our town. I'm also pleased to announce that Captain Adam Petlock will be concurrently promoted to Assistant Chief to smoothly transition our police leadership team. Captain Petlock has been an invaluable member of the Brattleboro Police Department for the past 15 years. I'm impressed by his outstanding performance, his work ethic, strategic thinking, and his dedication to this town. Working together and with the support of everyone in the community, I believe that Chief Evans and Assistant Chief Petlock will carry on the legacy of Chief Hardy and build an increasingly innovative and effective approach at the police department that is worthy of Brattleboro. And that's all I have tonight.
Well, then let me just get back to, first of all, Seth put out a press release about the weather, the bad weather, and I want to make sure that everybody understands that. And then I just want to say how much we're going to miss Chief Hardy, how much we appreciate her work, and how much I feel that the strength that she brought to this department will carry on without her.
Madam Chair, could you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah.
I think that Chief Hardy will be missed. I think that she brought tremendous strength to our town and our police department, and I'm sure that that will continue with newly installed Chief Evans and Assistant Chief Petlock. Are there other members of the Select Board who wish to comment? Oscar?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Chief Hardy transformed the department, and in many ways, she transformed it. The town owes her a great debt. She's done incredible work, and we'll all be very sorry to not have her at the helm. I've also I've had outstanding experiences working with both Jeremy Evans and Adam Petlock, and I'm confident the department is in excellent hands. But this is something that's going to take some time for us to digest and I think fully appreciate. So thank you, Chief Hardy, for your service. One other, John, did you mention the email stuff from today?
What stuff is that, Oscar?
Just anyone who we had the most poorly timed of all Select Board emails go haywire this afternoon. So apologies to anyone who tried to contact us and it bounced back. Probably the most unfortunate moment that could have happened. So our apologies.
Are there other Select Board members who wish to comment? Okay then. public participation. Are there members of the public who would wish to speak about something that is not on tonight's agenda? I see Gemma's hand. Go right up. And then Dick and Kate. Randy. Gemma, is that your paper?
I
No.
don't think so, no.
Okay.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would just like to request that Select Board direct town staff to ensure that any snow and ice is removed from bicycle parking areas, particularly at Town Hall, but also on all town properties this winter. This is a common problem in our town, but having piles of snow and ice right up against where bicycles are supposed to be parked doesn't just impact me, it impacts everybody in this town who has business with the town and needs to park their bicycle here. I'm not the only person who rides a bicycle, even if I'm usually the only person who rides a bicycle to these meetings. But it's very dangerous. I'm partially disabled. That's why I ride an electric bike. And having a pile of snow and ice right there by where I need to lock up my bicycle is a particular danger to me. So please do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Hardy, and thank you, John, for having the insight to pick Jeremy as our next chief. He's been with the community a long time, and he's really committed to the community, along with Mr. Petlock, so he will make a great assistant chief. A couple of things that I thought somebody would mention: the impending cold weather that's going to be in here Saturday. Shelters for people. I know that this shelter up at Town Crier Drive, they have limited capacity. They've also had staffing issues. So I'm not even sure if that will be open. If you could talk a little bit about that. And then we're also supposed to get between 12 and 18 inches of snow starting Saturday through Sunday and into Monday. So some huge issues before us. I have something about consent agenda, but I'll wait until we do the budget discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Seth?
Chair, I can speak to the shelter question.
Right. But before that, Amanda, if I may, Seth, do you want to talk about your weather announcement?
Sure. I would just direct people to brattleboro.gov. It's on the homepage right now and in the news section. It has several updates and advisories for the community heading into the weekend. And that came from Jay Simons, our fire chief.
And it talks about the shelter capacity and the warming capacity. And
their hours. And
very good.
Yep.
Thank you. Amanda?
Yeah, so beyond that too, for the public record here, I volunteer at the Beloved Shelter 2 mornings a week. And we were informed by Christina Chez-Onier, who is the director, that they are fully staffed currently. The weekend will be open. Because it's cold weather, there are up to 15 spots that can be there unless if it's not an emergency temperature moment, it's only 8. But that shelter is doing wonderful things for our community.
Other members of the public who wish to speak? Wasn't it Kate and then Randy?
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. This is a totally out-of-the-box issue, but there's something going on in the legislature that's very important and very timely and impacts us that I want to make sure everybody knows about. Currently, only the spent nuclear fuel that was generated at the VY plant in Vernon can be stored there. But there's a bill in the legislature, H601, that will allow spent nuclear fuel from anywhere to be stored at the VY site. It's been introduced by a legislator from Rutland County and a legislator from Caledonia County. Obviously, it's easy for them to say we're going to store spent nuclear fuel for all over the world at VY. I have been in touch with people in Vernon and talked to people here. This is not a locally generated issue. Nobody has called them and say we want spent nuclear fuel from other plants here. It's really important. It's really timely. So if any of you get in touch with your legislators or see them, please tell them We do not want spent nuclear fuel from other places here. If anybody wants to know why, I'm happy to tell you. It's not a good thing. Nobody wants it. And I don't think we want some people, random people in Montpelier telling us that we have to become the nuclear repository because Yucca Mountain's not open. So please, I think it's important that we stay on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And just, Kate, for the record, tell the people how many years you spent working on that issue when the nuclear power plant was closing.
Yeah, I was appointed by the governor to be the chair of the Vermont Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel, and I did that from 2014 to 2018. So I'm not a novice on the importance of what's going on at VY. So
thank you.
Let's stop.
And the importance of speaking to our legislators can't be underestimated. Randy.
Hi, Randy Blodgett, District 7. Just a quick question. Thank you to Chief Hardy, first of all, and the new people taking over. I had a question about Molly Burke's bill that we brought up at other meetings. I can't seem to find that on the legislative docket, and I looked 2 days ago the last time. I didn't know if anyone knew what the bill number was for the use tax for fuel in local.
Do you know, Oscar?
Molly told me a few days ago that it will very soon get to the state where it gets a number and becomes public, but I would assume a couple more days.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And you know what, Randy, we find out, we'll let you know.
Okay, I was just curious because.
Yeah, it's all very important to us, yeah. And I know from speaking to Ian on another matter, they're not going to release something until it's officially filed and has a number so that everybody's on the same page. Yes.
We have Abby Manukin.
Abby Manukin.
Hi, Abby Manukin, District 8, joined by my kiddo who wants to be on screen. I missed the John Potter's remarks about something about the high school gymnasium, but I don't think that was related to a winter shelter for this weekend. I have gone to the brattleboro.gov page that you were referring to, and it's advising people to go to Groundworks and Beloved Community Shelter, both of which will be full. And there are going to be people who are unhoused and in need of shelter this weekend. As you mentioned, there will be extreme cold temps and a lot of heavy expected snowfall. So I would like to really encourage the town to open up an emergency shelter, could be at the fire station, but this is a time of great need. And I also want to say that today, especially, I'm disappointed that the town manager and the chair did not mention the homelessness day of action and vigil that took place just before this meeting that was coordinated by 69A and a lot of community members and the select board clerk, Isaac, were there and I think John Potter as well. I arrived later, but I think that deserved to be part of the opening remarks and honoring those lost community members whose lives were cut short in large part because they did not have shelter, which is a human right. And I hope that the town will reconsider and open something for this weekend.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? All right, then. Let's see.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank the town manager for participating and speaking at that homelessness vigil and acknowledge the lives that have been lost. Thank you.
Thank you. John, do you want to discuss the consent agenda?
Sure. You have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight. If you approve this agenda, you'll be approving the final change order for the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility upgrade project and ratifying final settlement with Kingsbury Companies. And I just want to take a moment to thank Dan Tyler and Chrissy Haskins at Dufresne Group for really excellent work on doing that $14 million project, and now it's complete. You'll be appointing Nicholas Whalen and Sally Cruz Nix to the Small Business Assistance Program Loan Review Committee, and those are the two things on consent.
Great. Is there anyone on the select board who wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right then. Is there anyone on the select board who would like to make a motion regarding this consent agenda?
I'll motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Great. Peter has moved to approve the consent agenda as presented. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And that's 5-0. Okay, regular business. The first is town-approved tax exemption requests. John, do you want to take it away?
You want a little intro on this?
Yes, please.
So there are a number of properties that the town has voted to do an exemption from the municipal tax portion of the real estate taxes. Those are renewed every 5 years, and so I think there were maybe 5 of them that came up this time around, and letters were sent out to these organizations, and 3 of them responded that they would be interested in continuing to have the town vote on their municipal tax exemption. And those 3 parties, I believe, are here tonight, or there are representatives here tonight that might want to speak with the board about this. If you were so inclined, the suggested motion would be to place an article on the representative town meeting warning that would ask the town whether they want to approve the exemptions.
And would that motion be collective or individual?
It doesn't matter. You could do it collectively.
Okay. And then this is before town meeting in whatever form town meeting takes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Would NECCA like to come and sit at the table and tell us about their organization and their request for municipal property tax exemption renewal?
Thank you. I could stand.
Good evening. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Zane Defiant, and I'm the Director of Operations at New England Center for Circus Arts. I'm here tonight with Serenity Smith-Fortune and Elena Day. Serenity is the founder of the school, and Elena Day is my co-director. We're here to express our gratitude first for the exemption that we got last time. That has severely supported our time in a difficult financial period. We struggled last year with our board looking to vote to file for bankruptcy in November of 2024. We are the new leadership team there, and I'm pleased to say that we're still around. We were at a critical crossroads. The previous board voted to close the school and file for bankruptcy. Since then, this leadership team has stepped forward in a very challenging period. It stabilized operations and carried the organization forward. We're in new roles, but we've been deeply engaged in understanding our finances, our governance, and our responsibilities to the community. Our understanding that the exemption that we got before provided temporary breathing room while we appealed the state decision not to recognize NECCA as tax exempt for all of the property taxes. We appealed to the listers, and we're in the process of that. The reason they denied our claim was that they determined that we weren't a public institution, which we strongly disagree with. We're not just a recreational dance school. We're actually one of only 4 professional circus training institutions remaining in the United States, and we are the oldest vocational training program in the country. Just this week, another sister school closed in Philadelphia. After a thorough review of our financial performance for 2025, I'm encouraged to report that NECCA has turned the corner and is poised to post a positive revenue for the first time in many years. This progress is due to the disciplined restructuring, responsible financial management, and extraordinary commitment of its staff and students. NECCA is deeply embedded in Brattleboro's economy and cultural life. As an employer, as a service provider, a driver of tourism, and a national leader in arts, education, and safety, we are here tonight to ask for the continued support while we stabilize the organization and continue delivering public benefit to the community. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I would love to answer any questions.
Great. Why don't I suggest, and see what you guys think, we'll have each of the three nonprofits come and speak, and then we'll have general questions afterwards. I think that might speed things up a little.
Sure.
Okay, so thank you very much. I appreciate your commentary.
Thank you so much for having us.
And is Tom Costello here?
Mm-hmm.
Tom? Good evening, Tom. And may I ask the man who needs no introduction to introduce himself, please?
I'm Tom Costello, and I feel so honored and anxious, if you will, to be here for a number of reasons, including before I had a cane, I'd walk in here a few times with a young man in chains, and with the results of the jury who sat right here and walked out without chains. For many years, this was the district court, and served our people so well. And I'm very acquainted because of my background with public service, and I know what you are doing, and it is extraordinary. And I can say to each of you, I'm very, and for others, I'm very, very grateful. I am engaged with the American Legion and it's been around for about 100 years here in Brattleboro, and we're here on the exemption for only the education, the municipal portion of the taxes for the town, and the total tax bill is $2,025. We're asked for exemptions again for the municipal portion, which is $1,564, and we continue to pay the educational provisions. This is, I expect you've all been down there. There's still a lot down there on South Main Street. Was built by the 48 Club, which was a gang of people from World War II, including Billie Holiday's father, who was one of the leaders. And they dug that out and bought that land and have maintained it since that time. And it's kind of easy work in a way because Brattleboro is such a baseball town. But it's an extraordinary facility, unrivaled anywhere in the state. And the Little League operation is run through the Legion. We feel like we're part of the deal, like you, serving the public. We serve old people, young people. We have a oratorical contest on the 31st this month for Danny Schmidt, who's a senior at Brattleboro High School, extraordinary young man. He's going to win the state championship, and he's going to go on to the national one. Extraordinary man. Working very hard with veterans to do that. And then you're all aware of the band and the flags and the graves, and we care for our old people, young people, beggars and thieves, and we take them all in. And it's like your job is, ours is too. And we dealt with a pandemic. And over the last 2.5 years, we have reorganized our operation through the leadership of people and have developed a renewal which pushes us on a position to go forward. But we struggle from hand to mouth. And during the pandemic, I'm going to leave you with, if I can, a description of what we've done over the last 2.5 years. Everyone's struggling. We all make sacrifices, and we have to give up things that we wish we could have done because we have to make it happen. We have to stay viable. And I'm going to give you that. And the other thing is, in order to operate, We need work together. You people realize that. You are doing that, and you are to be commended. Others do not, and they have the responsibility. I'm talking about financial institutions who are no longer here. You used to be able to go down the street, see Jack Hunter or Jack Barry or Fred, and resolve it. You can't do it now. Where do you go? Burlington or Providence or Springfield or overseas? You are here. And that problem, we've got people here that are not picking up and doing their chore. As a result of it, in our difficulties, we had a line of credit of $50,000. I thought it'd be an easy chore to amortize that. I can't because I can't talk to these people because they're too far away. So what we've done is rather than whine and complain, we're going to have a little program, and we call it Burn the Mortgage. And everybody has an opportunity to participate. And at the end of the fiscal year, we're going to burn that mortgage, $50,000. So you can do this and dedicate it to your father, your uncle, your son, your spouse, or some organization. It's a veteran or some veteran cause. So we're going to do that. I'm going to leave you with these opportunities to yourselves or your friends and neighbors to join us, make a contribution to make this go away. You have with us a partner who respects you and work with you, and very grateful we are for all you've done. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tom. And now, is there someone here from the Family Garden? No. Yes? Hello.
Hello, sorry I could not make it. I had a last-minute child illness, and so I'm getting over Zoom. Can you hear me okay?
It is. Just if you could speak up a little bit, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to talk. My name is Thayer Tomlinson. I have been on the board of the Family Garden for the last 15 years. We are a local nonprofit childcare center. We serve 28 children in the region and one of the few childcare centers that has an infant room as well. We own our own building, or I should say we have a mortgage on our own building that has been a local childcare center, gosh, I think for 45, 50 years at this point. For many years, we had requested exemption for both the education and municipal portion of the taxes, but began paying our educational portion of the taxes in 2019 and are requesting an exemption for the municipal portion of our taxes. We've got, as I mentioned, 28 children, and 82% of our families receive financial assistance. So all of our funds go toward teacher salaries and keeping our center moving forward as a nonprofit. And this is a significant item that we really appreciate the opportunity to have exempted so that we can keep operational. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So let me ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions or comments for any of these tax exemption request entities. Oscar.
Could we just get a general refresher on, there are earlier steps to this process, right? There are other paths that organizations can follow to get exemptions, including through the listers and through the state, I believe. Is that right?
Let's ask John.
Are there other ways? Well, there are state statutes that make the exemption available to certain institutions, and I presume that these organizations were not found to meet those statutes.
So that this is what's available to these three.
Right. Okay.
And John, were there others who were asked if they wanted to renew and chose not to?
Yes, there were.
Interesting.
Are
Okay.
there any others on different terms that don't expire this year that are
I would imagine.
granted by the
there
town?
are, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Okay.
So, Other comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, so in our backup materials, there's discussion of section 3832. So Hannah's sitting there. I just would like to, just so that's understood, the exemption from taxation of real and personal estate granted, sequestered or used for public, pious, or charitable uses shall not be construed as exempting 7, real and personal property of an organization when the property is used primarily for health or recreational purposes, unless the town or municipality in which the property is located so votes at any regular or special meeting, duty warned therefor. So that's, what is that saying exactly?
That's saying that those public, pious, and charitable uses for recreational purposes are not automatically exempt as they would be with other public, pious, or charitable uses, but they can be if the town votes to have them be. And the town has voted to grant those exemptions. And
so does that include the personal property within within the building, for example? So a traditional business in Brattleboro would pay a personal property tax, would file that with the town. But
this, I believe, is only for the municipal real estate tax.
Municipal real estate exclusively.
I think they could apply for the same for personal property tax, but John can correct me if I'm wrong, the motion before you was only on the real property and not the business personal property.
If I can, Hannah, if you finish your commentary, we can ask Jennifer Brunel to come.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jennifer.
So I believe what that is referring to is it can be brought to the town to vote to exempt personal property. Some towns have asked the town to vote it to make personal property exempt from taxation. We have in Brattleboro, and I don't know what the date is, come to the town to ask for a $5,000 reduction in personal property assets, so your depreciated assets. If you file a business license, you'll be granted the $5,000 exemption. So I believe that's what that is referring to. And what Hannah mentioned is correct, where if it's a recreational facility, they have to come to the town. They can't come to the listers. I believe that's right. Yeah.
So what I have,
and
does
also
that answer your question?
For more information, a nonprofit is already exempt from personal property.
So these 3 things that we're discussing tonight, I guess 2 of them are recreational in nature, and that's why they're coming to the town.
Yes.
And the 3rd is?
I believe it's simply a nonprofit asking
simply
for,
a nonprofit.
Yes.
Right. And they're each only asking for the municipal portion and not the school portion.
Correct.
Because otherwise, we as a town would have to pay their school portion.
Correct.
So that's an important distinction. Does anyone on the select board have any more questions? And particularly, I think we should keep Jennifer around because she's so knowledgeable. Anyone?
No, all good.
Okay. Anyone in the public have any questions? I see Dick and then Tony. Okay, great. Dick and then Tony, please.
I certainly support these 3. NECCA, actually, when I was a business owner on Main Street, we had a lot of customers that from students and or parents, and so it was an economic driver, at least for our business downtown, and I'm sure other businesses downtown. So and the Little League and the Legion has always done outstanding. And so all three, and it's interesting, the $5,000 exemption in the business personal property came about, I believe, in 2013 when we decided to change that to go to a $50, and I think you people raised it to $100 this year, but to give people that $5,000 exemption, and now it's $100. So thank you, and I hope you support all three of these organizations.
Thank you. Tony?
Tony Duncan, District 9. I'm the longest serving staff member at NECCA who is not a twin. And I've actually studied education a lot informally, but with some very, very great educators in Columbia University and other places. And NECCA does have a recreational aspect, but it also is a really rigorous educational institution that really focuses on educational aspects, that trains people to be in professions that many of whom are very successful at. It also is recreational, but I think the idea that it shouldn't be, I mean, it seems to me it should be listed as an educational organization that also does recreational stuff. And to confirm Dick's point, I, as a person who rent property, both with my ex-wife and my current wife, have made thousands of dollars from NECCA students and staff and visiting visiting people from the community. And I'm not sure if I'm supposed to mention this, but when I was strongly involved in supporting this when it first came out, and there were some major disagreements I had with the previous board and the people running it, that I was very firm that I would not promote at the at representative town meeting. And one of the things that I strongly pushed for that was cut down with the previous group was that I strongly support using pilot and having nonprofits, not just NECCA, but nonprofits that have any capability to try to give whatever they can back to the town. And I have supported that with the current administration. I know them, they're very honest, and I think that that's something, from my understanding, is it isn't used very much, that we do not get much money from that. And because of the budget issues in this town, I really want to support any nonprofit that is getting this exemption to see what they can afford to do for that.
Thank you. And I think you all know that the Select Board has asked various nonprofits to have a negotiated pay a negotiated portion of the municipal tax, and we have been successful, and that has a lot of merit, and I appreciate you saying so, and I also appreciate, Tony, you telling us so much about your life, including your singleton status. So thank you. Seth.
We have Mr. Levenbach, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you, David Levenbach, District 9. I have a couple of questions I'd like you to pose to Ms. Brunel, and then I have some questions and observations of the applicants. For Ms. Brunel, the question would be, I think currently there are 5, and I want to correct Oscar a little bit. We set them at RTM, we set them all on the same cycle. So there were, as I remember, there were 5 of them, and they are all to expire the same year. I gather that the Holton home is out of the running in this condition, and that but I suppose when Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust redevelops that property, they may be eligible to apply for an exemption. The other thing is, I'm assuming that Camp W, which was number 5, did not apply for another exemption. And just want to clarify that. And that takes care of the questions for Ms. Brunel. Thank you.
I can remember them all, David. So We did ask 2-year to bring them into the cycle of the others that were expiring. There were just the 5, and now we have just the 3 that are coming back. So there are no more with any expiration dates in the future. Let's see. I might be skipping one, but I believe you asked about Holton Home, and that was removed because of the change of use when it converted to multiple housing for what it's being used for now, rental. And when it becomes, I don't know how public that is, but it's if it does become a property of Wyndham Windsor, I believe that it would be treated like some of the other properties. If it's a subsidized housing unit, it would be valued by a state method, which is a reduction and it's based on HUD rents per unit, with other math involved. Let's see, can you refresh
Camp
my...
W. Camp W.
So Camp Wabanog did not renew, and yeah, they were one that did not come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, is there anyone else in the public or the board who wishes to comment on this before we have a vote?
You need a motion.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Great.
And before I make the motion, I want to thank the organizations that came tonight, and thank you for what you bring to our community, the life and the sport and the participation in our economy. It's really, really important. I appreciate that. And supporting families with young children, something near and dear to my heart. And with that, I will make this motion. I move to place an article on the Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting warning, asking if the town will approve the exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Post-5 American Legion baseball field, the Family Garden, and the New England Center for Circus Arts, NECCA.
Thank you, Amanda. Amanda has made a motion to place an article on the Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting warning, asking if the town will approve the exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Post-5 American Legion baseball field, the Family Garden, and the New England Center for Circus Arts, NECCA. All those select board members.
Sorry, quick, if you don't, David's hand is up again, and I feel like I remember him saying that he had questions for Jennifer and then another question for the board. If that...
All right. Adele, I didn't hear what
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I had 3 questions, or question for NECCA. This is sort of awkward, but as a nonprofit organization, the question always arises, what is the remuneration, salaries, and benefits for the principals? With respect to the Little League, I will also say that I think a case can be made, and Dick made it, that NECCA is a contributor to the economy of the town. And I think that's worth noting again. Just to clarify, the American Legion is statutorily exempt, but that doesn't necessarily carry over to the Little League field, if I'm correct, if I'm understanding things correctly. And finally, with respect to Family Garden, and thank you, Oscar, for seeing me frantically raising my hand, I wanted to know if that facility is unique in any or several respects, or in other words, might other childcare facilities qualify for such an exemption? Thank you. That takes care of my questions.
Let's start with the last one first. Is Jennifer still here? the question's not for the, it's whether other daycares can apply.
So I've not experienced any other daycares applying for. I am not sure if they are nonprofits. This one is. I haven't verified that, but they state that. And one of the other reasons that I remember from the last time when they came, I'm assuming a difference is that they have the ability to take infants. So I've not experienced any other daycares.
It's a statutory issue, right? It's not, if another daycare met the criteria, they certainly could, correct? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
The other questions, I'm not going to ask you your salaries. I think if people want to know your salaries,
if you don't mind. Hi, Jennifer. Thank you again for your help. Absolutely. Nice to meet you. So, hi, Zane again from NECCA. We're in a very unique position, and if somebody asked me my salary, I normally wouldn't come forward with that. But in this period of transition, we are 3/5 of a 5-person team that have been leading NECCA for the last 13 months. We were offered a contract that said you have all the accountability and all of the responsibility, but none of the compensation. So we're still doing our original jobs, but on top of it, we're collectively managing the organization. And we like to think of it, we're in startup mode right now. It's not sustainable forever, but right now it's getting the bills paid and it's taking care of our employees and it's taking care of our students who we are loyal and committed to serve.
Thank you. I think there was a question in the middle. Does anyone?
I think it was an observation that the Legion's statutorily exempt, but not the field. And I think that's just
correct.
True. Yeah.
Okay.
Order about your motion. You mentioned that it's for RTM, but if the vote goes that RTM goes away, should it be worded differently so that whatever entity there is takes the...
Thank you, Heidi. I'll just call a town meeting. Okay. Let's see. I'll read it again. To place an article on the Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting warning, or to place an article on the Brattleboro, Town Meeting warning. Pardon me?
If RTM is discontinued, you'll have to warn the special town meeting, so it will not be on this warning.
Okay, so I should read this as written.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. To place an article on the Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting warning asking if the town will approve the exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Post 5 American Legion baseball field, the Family Garden, and the New England Center for Circus Arts, NECCA. All select board members in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Let's see, what's next? The approved FY27 general fund budget and capital plan. Let's ask John to present the proposed budget, and then we can all have a discussion.
Okay. So I left your last meeting with direction to try to bring back a budget that was under the 6% increase in property tax, the need for property taxes, because we had gotten it up to something like 8% in our conversations at that meeting. I incorporated all of those changes that the board asked, except for with 2 exceptions, which I'll talk about in a minute, and worked with staff to find other savings and make other adjustments in the budget, and have here a draft for your consideration to approve that would be a 4.7% increase in the property taxes from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27. And let me explain how we got there. So There's a list in your backup materials of the adjustments that were made to this version of the budget. And the first thing is that we reduced the expected reimbursement revenue for EMS by $250,000, incorporated that into the revenues. We, let's see. We made a number of workforce payroll and benefits updates to incorporate expected collective bargaining negotiation results, as you directed us on January 12th, and other updated projections due to personnel changes. So if we knew of a longstanding person who was leaving, we made some adjustments that recalculated the personnel cost at a starting wage. Capital, we added $205,000 back into the capital budget for retaining walls, bridges and culverts, and bicycle infrastructure, bringing these allocations back to a total of $240,000 and adjusted the capital plan. So you'll see in your backup, the capital plan has those put back in, which was another request or motion that you made at your January 12th meeting. We incorporated a finance director, funds to hire a finance director, also retained clerk hours here. That was contrary to a motion that you made on January 12th, but upon further conversations with finance staff, they really think that we should add those clerk hours, or we should keep those in. The difference between the cost of the finance director and the current budget plus the increase remains in the professional services line, if anyone is tracking it in detail. We allocated out the finance director salary and benefits at 64% to general fund, and the remaining 36% split equally between utility and parking, which is our best estimate of how the finance director spends their time. Also, from your January 12th meeting, we added $44,000 back into the fire truck reserve. And if you'll recall, that was to cover the cost of the HVAC replacement, backfilling that. We had, since the November draft, we've gotten a contract from the town attorney and have recalculated that number and incorporated that into the budget. That was a difference of around $9,000. We have, this was a big blow that we received at like 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We got our workers' compensation and liability insurance bill for 2026, and it was up about 46%. So in our current year, we're charged $381,000, and for 2026, we've been billed $559,000. So this is a $178,000 increase. We have not had a chance to negotiate that or talk with VLCT about it to see if there's any room for getting that down. However, we do have an aging workforce. We have reduced capacity throughout the departments, and we have a lot of stress on our staff. And, like it or not, we had some serious workers' comp injuries in the past year. We had 16 medical claims, and 7 of those resulted in long-term absences. Every injury is reviewed by the safety committee and also reviewed with VLCT, and those reviewers make recommended changes to reduce future risk. But some of the incidents that we had last year were just flukes. And, we are continuing to work on that. But again, we do have an aging workforce and hard work that people do. That is the workers' comp and liability. So we incorporated that in with a projection for an increase also in the first 6 months of 2027, because that's the budget that we're working on. We allocated out the life insurance by department. That was no change in cost, but it just allocated it out as somebody requested when we were doing the budget reviews. We incorporated the final Cigna employee healthcare insurance rates, which I think brought things down a little bit. We did very well on the health insurance this year, as you know. HRA fees and unemployment taxes were adjusted on new rates, so we negotiated that down and were able to save, I think, $7,000 or $8,000 on that. And we've moved that over to the Human Resources Department because they have the direct relation to payroll. We eliminated the full-time position from the Recreation and Parks Department as you requested, but put in a part-time position at 20 hours per week for your consideration. We eliminated the part-time hours at the library, which I think was a savings of about $28,000, and there were some other adjustments in the library budget due to personnel changes. We reduced the overtime for the fire department by $45,000 at the fire chief's recommendation. This was because we believe with the 4th platoon that our needs for paramedic overtime will be reduced significantly. We increased revenues from interest income based on the movement of the funds that the board approved a couple months ago. We are now just seeing much better interest and can expect additional revenues there for the next year. One of the things that I had asked Bonnie Batchelder to do was to review our utility and parking fund interfund transfers, because I noticed that those numbers were the same every year and had been calculated some number of years ago. So she broke down all of the internal calculations on the transfers between those funds and found that we were off on how those were being allocated, and so there was an adjustment made based on that. We've been having ongoing conversations with OpenGov and trying to reduce the cost of that software for us, and have realized that we could eliminate a module on asset management that we just didn't have the capacity to make full use of. So that would be a savings of a little over $23,000. Then I'm gonna talk about the last two, which were sort of some of the bigger savings that we found. First of all, as I mentioned, we have some changes in leadership at the police department, and I had been looking for some significant savings in that budget. And so what we're going to do is, with the promotion of Assistant Chief Evans and Captain Petlock, we're going to leave the captain position unfunded. So Captain Petlock's backfill will be left unfunded in this budget, and that will result in a savings of over $152,000. Solid waste is the big one. We made adjustments to services here, which by eliminating the compost collection program, we decreased personnel by 2.5 positions and adjusted the revenues and associated costs with that. This proposed budget also not only eliminates the compost program, but also eliminates the curbside recycling collection in order to save approximately, I think it's $572,000, around that. The one thing that we're proposing is that instead of the curbside compost collection and the curbside recycling, is that we subsidize Brattleboro residents to go to the solid waste district by paying for half of the sticker cost for everyone in Brattleboro, so that they can for $30 they could get a sticker at the waste district and bring their recycling and compost to dispose of there for free. So overall, this would leave us in need of a $923,000 increase in the property taxes needed to balance the budget from the FY26, which is a 4.7% increase. Everything else is, I think, pretty much the same in the chart that I provided you, and then there's a copy of the budget and a copy of the new 5-year capital plan, which should be also in your backup materials. I know that the solid waste, I am not that great at explaining the solid waste changes, but we have Pete Lynch available, and if you have questions about what the thought was there, I'd be happy to call him up and ask him to step you through it.
I think you should. I think we should hear that, all together, so that then we can have an intelligent discussion. Thank you, Pete. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Glad to be here this evening. So back in November, we talked about solid waste, and we came forward with a proposal to you. And while it was a decrease from where we started in March, it was still a pretty large number. And we were asked to go back and look at the solid waste budget again and determine if there was anything we could do to help with the tax increase situation. So the proposal that we're coming to you tonight with is a little bit different than November, and these are the differences. So in the current proposal, we're going to continue with the pay-as-you-throw program as you understand it as of last week. So last week at the meeting, you folks decided that you would change the bag prices, and so our current proposal with the numbers that John gave you is pay-as-you-throw, curbside pickup, as you discussed last week. And that's for a total of 4,388 possible users. This proposal will discontinue curbside recycling and compost pickup during the fiscal year 27. It'll reduce the current proposed budget by $577,682,000. It will reduce the capital purchases that we had hoped to take out of the revolving loan fund by the number of $366,000. Now that isn't part of the budget that you're talking about tonight, but those are the numbers that would reduce us asking for you in terms of capital. It'll reduce the proposed solid waste budget between when we started in March of 2025 and now by somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 million. It'll reduce our contract fee with Casella and keep our contract at 3 years with them. And they would be picking up one stream, and that would be trash. It would allow us to enter into a partnership with Wyndham Solid Waste that John just alluded to, where half of the yearly sticker price or the annual price at Wyndham Solid Waste for anybody to go in is $60 a person. And the town would pick up half of that, or $30 of each person's fee to get in for the year. And in doing so, that would allow people to dump their recycling, to dump their compost, and also for anything else they wanted to do at Wyndham Solid Waste, such as take large items to dump that they wouldn't ordinarily be able to put on the curbside. It would allow the system users the opportunity to decide in what way they'd like to dispose of their recycling, whether that be on their own, at Wyndham Solid Waste, or with a private hauler. It would do the same with compost. It would allow them to choose backyard composting. It would allow them to choose Wyndham Solid Waste. It would allow them to make arrangements with the community groups and possibly even with farmers if they so choose, without using tax dollars' money. It would maintain the relationship with Wyndham Solid Waste that we have and is very strong right now. It would give the users an opportunity, if they chose to have a pass, to both recycle and compost 6 days per week. And currently the hours for recycling and composting at Wyndham Solid Waste, I hope I'm saying this right, are 7 to 3 Monday through Friday and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. And Wyndham Solid Waste has agreed to entering into conversations about extending their hours in order to be able to accommodate those users that choose to use it. This proposal would also implement and enhance a strong education plan for both disposal of recycling and compost. All along when we've been talking about solid waste and the three streams, one of our biggest goals is to reduce the amount going into our landfills. And we strongly feel it's important to stay on that path. And so in this proposal, we would continue with a very strong education plan with the hopes to continue that. It would create a committee to study and report back to you, the Select Board, with recommendations on how we move forward in FY28 with solid waste. It would give us an additional 6 months to really look at the impact of doing curbside trash only before coming back to you to make a recommendation. It would eliminate the need for us to purchase recycling carts, and it would eliminate the need for users to place the carts both at their residence and then on the street in specific spots. It would continue with the downtown trash can program and the municipal dumpster collection program. It would eliminate the need for a town-owned compost truck. As John said earlier, it would reduce the proposed staffing from the November 18th meeting. It would continue to enhance our downtown cleanup system. It would continue to reinstate fall leaf collection. And we believe that it would meet the current town charter language. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Pete, let me ask some questions so that we can compare notes, for example. So, what if? How much are we saving for each stream? Like, let's say we don't do the recycling. How much does that save the household in taxes? And how much would that person have to, or household have to pay for the service outside of it? Like if someone wanted to have curbside recycling pickup on their own, how much would they pay versus how much does this reduce their taxes?
In terms of, it's hard for me to speculate exactly how much. I can give you numbers based on trash, but I think that would be speculative only. I'm happy to take the time to look into that with private haulers to understand what the costs associated with pickup for just recycling would be. I feel pretty strongly it's available. I don't have a number to give you.
And similarly for the other stream, the compost, do we know
It would be the same answer, I'm sorry.
It's the same answer. Okay, so it's a judgment call on our part. But so if we added, right now what we have is a budget with a 4.7% increase with both of those streams eliminated.
That's correct.
And so if you put one back, what would the tax rate be? If you put both back, what would the tax rate be?
So if we, in terms of figures, if we put compost back in the budget, it would be $247,590,000 in your FY 27 tax. And if you put recycling back in, it'd be about $616,500,000 to put recycling back in. And so that would be the number for the tax rate. But in addition to that, you would be putting another $170,000 back in for those capital items that might come out of the revolving loan fund for adding compost back in, and you would be putting, for recycling, you'd be putting in about the same amount of money if you were to take recycling back on. And
so do you know what these numbers, or maybe John does?
I am really back of the envelope here,
Yeah.
but for the first number that Pete mentioned, that would be about a 1.3% net tax impact, and for the second number, around 3%, maybe 2.9.
So if we are coming from a benchmark of a 6% increase, you could have the recycling and still be under that amount.
No.
But not the compost.
Other way around.
Oh, the other way around?
Yep.
Okay. Oscar, do you want to?
Just a quick question about that. Those are sort of the individual price tags. If we add both back in, is it just adding those two numbers together?
And doing all three streams?
Yeah.
No. It would go back to our November 18th number, total of about 108 million.
108 million?
I'm sorry. No.
That would be too much.
No, it isn't. Let's try that again. A total of $1,008,516.
And what would that, I'm sorry to put you on the spot with all these numbers. What would the change be from what we have in front of us? Like plus how many hundreds of thousands? Or just how many hundreds of thousands of dollars would go back into what we're looking at here to add in, to go back to the original plan?
So if it's a cost savings if we eliminate compost and recycling altogether, we're talking about a savings about $577,000.
Okay. So it's just the opposite of that.
Yeah.
We would put 577 back in.
More or less. They're in each of the two, both compost and recycling, putting them back in. There's some nuances that would make the number a little bit different, but not dramatically different.
And 577 is very, very approximately 3% on the tax rate. Maybe a little less.
I would defer to John on that.
We could figure it out, but I'd hate doing public math.
Yeah, sure.
But it's in the 3% ballpark.
I think so.
I have a question for.
Yeah.
Hi, Pete.
Hello.
Hi. I have a so for our staff cost of compost, is that wrapped into the 577?
So
we have the capital cost with. Is there a way to isolate what that would be for just the first year, for example?
For which stream?
For compost.
So for compost, if we put it back in, it would be a change of about $202,000. That would be 2.5 people, if that's your question.
So that would come out of the 247,900 number you quoted? So staff cost would be approximately 200,000 out of the 247,900?
As compared to the option we gave you with the 577 reduction. So if we eliminate recycling and compost, we're talking about a position starting in January, a half a position at $40,000. If we put compost back in, we're talking about an addition of $202,000. And if we put recycling back in, we're talking about an addition of $40,000. So for recycling, you'd be funding one position. For putting compost back in, you'd be funding 3 positions. And for the elimination of both recycling and compost, there'd be a half a position starting in January based on our needs in the downtown with cleanup.
And just going back to the recycling staff person, that's for maintenance of the carts?
That is true.
Exclusively maintenance of the carts, or also overlapping with other DPW work?
So if compost is in as well, that position is meant to take care of any responsibilities related to carts. It would also be the swing person for the compost truck during those times that one of the 2 that were assigned to it were not at work. I think it was a 2-parted question, and I'm not sure I answered the second part, but I don't remember what the second part was.
They're kind of blended. It sounds like the recycling cart fixing responsibility that you outlined in the solid waste plan is combined with compost staffing pickup. They're commingled in the current plan.
That is true.
Got it. Okay.
Great. Are there my gentleman to my left? Have any comments? Have any questions?
Got a crazy amount of numbers going through my head. Talk amongst yourselves.
Isaac?
Not at the moment.
All right. Then we can let Pete go and have a general discussion about the budget, and then among ourselves, and then obviously the public wants to speak, and then we'll talk again. Does that sound good?
Just a point of clarity, what Pete's here, because everything got changed when we restated everything. Just the cost for the trucks, where does that fit in for compost?
So you don't see any of the trucks in the FY27 budget. Those capital-related items, both carts and vehicles, were not budgeted in FY27, and were always earmarked to come out of the revolving loan fund, or whether we were to ask for that amount of money to come out of the revolving loan fund.
Madam Chair, I have some correspondence from the public that was asked to be read on this topic on the budget specifically. So
Right.
I want to inquire with you the appropriate time to do that.
Right now, I think we should talk among ourselves about the budget as a whole, and then we can, when we open it up to comments, I think that would be the time, because comments are going to be on the budget and the solid waste. So if people, unless you all want to focus on the solid waste now and the overall budget later, what do you have a preference?
No preference.
As a board, it would be nice to hear what everyone wants. Is everyone on board with Chair's
They're not ready
approach?
yet.
That's fine.
That's good.
They're not ready yet, so we could hear from the public, focusing on solid waste. We could hear from the public. You could read your commentary from the public.
Okay.
And then we'll have a discussion about the budget as a whole. Okay.
Would it be appropriate to make a quick comment? So, well, I don't know. I just so the public has some idea what we're thinking, or?
Why tip your hat?
Well, see, the thing is, I realized the other day that we've been talking about this for like 1,000 hours, and I don't have a huge amount more to say, so I figure maybe we can tip our hats, and then everyone will know where we're at. But I defer to you.
Sure. If you would like to comment in general on the budget, which is probably where it was about a minute ago, feel free. And so we can hear from any of us who want to talk about the budget, and then we'll open it up for all manner of comments, both budget and solid waste budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off so we can talk about it. I'm going to keep it brief, and then if people want to know more, I will give you my reasons happily. I think with huge appreciation for the amount of work town staff has put in on a very quick time, in the fewest words possible, I think solid waste has to come back in. I think I am fine with everything else on the list. I think the $330K insurance thing from 1 p.m. yesterday was a punch in the face out of nowhere, without which we would be just under 6 with solid waste in. I think we are reaching the limit of the things we can do to this budget that this board can find a majority agreement on. And my current thinking for the public to chew on is put solid waste back in as it was before, and keep everything else on this list, and vote to approve the budget.
May I ask you a
Please.
question?
Certainly.
So that would mean that you would be comfortable with a tax rate increase of
Say approximately 7.7. Is that right?
7.7?
Yeah, 7.7.
Yeah, I mean, I just had the experience early today of, we talked about all the stuff that was in the universe of easy. None of it was easy, and we found a couple points of agreement, and that was it. The stuff we didn't talk about, we all left off the list because we didn't, it was more painful to consider. Sometimes things come along like this insurance adjustment, and I think
beyond our control.
Beyond our control, and yes, we could do other things to get it down again, but to me, I just don't have too much more to say about this. At a certain point, if we retread the same ground over and over again for another 6 hours and another 6 hours, we may just be, I don't know, not making forward progress at that point. And I think, I don't know, I'm not happy with it, but it's a budget, and it's a budget that plenty of people will dislike, but it's one I'm comfortable putting my name on and taking to town meeting with a straight face and going from there. And that's where I'm at.
Okay, great.
Yes, I think so.
Anyone else? Anyone else ready to?
Oh, did you call on Amanda? I'm sorry.
I looked at her, but I didn't see your
I don't
usual
need to.
smile.
I defer for the moment. The floor is yours.
All right. There we go. So here's the thing. I've said it before, I've said it again. I get a tremendous amount of input. Majority of it verbal, all right? And when somebody comes up to me and talks to me, I intend to let that voice be heard. Whether it was sent to me via text message or sent to me via email. 90% of my conversations today were face-to-face over the phone. I tried to keep notes about what was said. Most of it is leaning on solid waste. Human services budget versus municipal budget, you'd better take the municipal budget. That was one. I'm old, I don't drive, I have no options, was another. I can't imagine Brattleboro without it. That's another. It would walk us backwards. I don't drive. Illegal dumping. If we eliminate human services, you could get recycling for free. This is going to hurt the poorest. Isn't the point of municipal government to level the playing field? I support all the charities I want to support. I resent being forced to donate for something I don't get and lose something I do get. It seems like the people who are advocating to get rid of it are the very ones who can afford it. So these are some of the comments that I received today, again, face to face and over the phone. We have to cut a budget. I agree with everybody who said to me, if we're picking between human services budget and municipal budget, I think it is our job, the five of us, to hold up the municipal budget. So later on in the meeting, I will be making a proposal that will target the human services budget that could, should we get enough nods at this table, level that playing field and at least get us down to a more manageable number. It's not nice, but I am just referring to everything that I have heard today. None of it, absolutely none of it, was in support of getting rid of curbside and recycling, compost, and trash pickup. That's all I got for the moment.
Isaac, would you wish to comment?
I heard very similar things to what Peter just shared. Today we had a gathering at the senior center. I had a gathering for the library that some of you had come to, and at other community spaces. We have a Zoom to talk about trash, to talk about the budget, and there has been widespread concern about the idea of eliminating an entire service that members of the community depend on. That said, I want to talk a little bit more generally about the budget, which is that there are some things in this most recent version that you've shared with us, John, that move us towards greater financial responsibility. We had a unanimous vote in support of restoring the finance director position, for example. We have this 25 capital equipment replacement plan. Just the fact that we had the consultant in this last year is a step. The financial consultant is a step forward. I can see improvements with some of the reporting. So, and we've also put back the funding for infrastructure, for our bridges, retaining walls, bicycles. It's an investment in the future. I am not comfortable with a 7.7% increase in the property tax, municipal part of the property taxes. That's too high. People don't want to lose an entire service, but they also don't want to be priced out of their homes. We heard a really compelling story from Neil Manders last week, and he talked about how he wants to be able to leave his house to his child, who actually grew up with, and she wants to be able to, the property taxes on his home is a quarter of what her income is, which is about the median income in Brattleboro. And for someone to work really hard their whole life to be able to build up, to be able to afford a house, which isn't so easy these days, and then to have to spend so much money on the taxes, that's hard. So I was pleased that we were able to decide in our last meeting that we weren't going to add positions. There were several areas where we said, no, we're not going to add positions that we haven't, restore the finance director position, but we're not going to add this these additions, and some of that has been eroded in this budget. So that's where my current thinking is. To summarize, there are some improvements with the financial responsibility, 7.7% increase. In taxes is too much, and we need to look at other ways of reductions besides losing an entire service. Thanks.
Are you ready, Amanda?
Sure. Thank you, all board members. It was nice to hear your thoughts. I, too, am not satisfied with this budget. I share the concerns that Isaac just brought up of positions that we had agreed to remove that are I agree that we removed one and then refunded, or didn't refund, but got creative and made a part-time position for Park and Recs. I think that's great, the 20-hour position. But I questioned the clerk position because we did remove that. I realize that's a hardship for our departments. I realize it could mean service changes for the public. Perhaps the office needs to be closed a day, etc. Understandable. We are at a time where we have to make sacrifices, and I ask the board to fight with me for affordability for the town of Brattleboro, for the low-income members of our community and the middle-income members of our community, for the working members of community. We have to have a tax rate that is affordable. And it means rolling up our sleeves and making some hard decisions. I did receive some correspondence as well about the solid waste situation. And they differed. They came from many different opinions. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. If our board chooses to change our solid waste program that we had nearly gone with, and then I swerved it, and others, it is an economic opportunity. We are struggling in Brattleboro to have jobs. We are struggling in Brattleboro to get entrepreneurial projects off, and this is an opportunity. And so I see it not as a lack of service, but as a real possible opportunity. I had a great conversation with Adam Grinald of the BDCC because they were brought up recently about financing or a pitch contest related to, say, one of the streams, if not all the streams. My idea, my understanding, since I've lived in Vermont for 34 years, Brattleboro for 30 of those years, is that we help each other, that we get our neighbor and say, hey, could you help me with my trash and bring it to solid waste district? Or we gather together as a neighborhood and we say, hey, Randy, you have a truck? Could you help me out? You know, that's how we work, and that's how we save money. It is possible, even in Brattleboro. We are Vermont, right? We are one of, I think there's maybe, I don't even know how many communities, 4, 5 communities in the entire state that have curbside pickup. They're all alternatives. So I have a feeling I'm going to be voted out in this vote, right? But I want you to know where I stand and what I believe in. So join me if you feel like it.
Okie dokie. Thank you. So, I just think context is important, and I want to get back to the beginning of this select board year and talk a little bit, if you'll indulge me, about how did we get here? And you know, I think we had this rapid review in April and May because RTM voted out our budget. And what we did then, and all those meetings that we had, and all of that intensive discussion on the budget was really not the normal order. And many of us recognized that we needed to start talking about the budget early and often. And, it was discussed that we would begin in September. And we did. And the town manager presented his budget in November. And we had department heads come in November and December. And they talked about their budgets. And they talked about the services they provide. And they talked about their manpower and staffing. And they didn't receive a lot of feedback. And I think that's a shame, because now we're scrambling again. And it's hard. It's hard on all of us. It's hard on the town. And I would just hope that we could get back to a place where we can discuss the budget without a lot of brinkmanship, and really discuss it in a reasonable way. And what it boils down to for me was that last week we came in on Tuesday with a 4.4% increase and left on Thursday with a 8% increase. And then the suggestion for across-the-board cuts. And that was really dramatic. And, we heard testimony from our department heads about what that would actually mean. And even before that, in the list of things that certain members wanted to bring to the fore, there was a suggestion of a $300,000 cut to the police department. And that was unsettling to me, because that's the heart of our town. We talked about Chief Hardy and the work that she's done, and the way that she's transformed the department in light of community safety discussion. She's, the BRAT team, the downtown public safety team, is essential to our town. And so when faced with the choice of cuts to solid waste or cuts to the police department and fire department and rec department, I'll pick solid waste. But I do not support a cut to solid waste, because what Brattleboro's had for the past decade is a commitment to the environment with pay-as-you-throw. And the beauty of pay-as-you-throw is its three prongs. It's curbside trash collection with the bags, and the bags have a cost to reduce the garbage stream. And that is really only effective if you have recycling and compost with it. And so we've had 10 years of our town participating, 10 years of our town with a real environmental commitment. And I'm not giving up on that promise, that expectation. Not only, it's not just convenience, it's the equity and the sustainability that's inherent in the pay-as-you-throw system. And we've had such heartfelt discussions. But last year, there was an uproar when even curtailing the hours of the sustainability coordinator was contemplated. And such a hue and cry about sustainability when this is so much more important to our sustainable actions as a town. And so I would like to see what we can do to restore those 3 streams to our budget. And if Peter says, let's work on the human services budget and recognize that, charity begins at home. And if something has to go, I want to keep both the solid waste and our first responder budget in the budget and see what tax rate that would render for our community. Shall we hear from the public?
How would you? It may be extensive. How would you feel about an 8 p.m. recess?
Oh, what a good idea. Let's recess until 10 after 8. Thank you. I think everyone from the select board who wanted to make their initial comments has, and so we'll open it up to the public. Let's start with Eric.
I don't want to knock the microphone flying. Getting closer?
Almost there. Just left.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 things I want to talk about. One is motions that were made here and passed, and the other is I want to talk trash. So about the motions, I just need a little clarification. I was sitting here and I thought a motion for the finance director to be added to the budget. But I did not hear a motion for a finance director and a half-time position. And the motion I thought was passed was for that, only for the finance director. I also heard a discussion, I think, around that, where it was said, well, now that you passed that, there's enough money, I can put a half position in from John Potter. And I thought I heard the board not accept that. That goes to the second motion I needed clarity on. I thought I heard a motion pass that said we would not be adding the 3 new positions of half-time library, the full or half-time rec person, and the clerk, the finance clerk. I remember, and I could be wrong, but I heard it asked that the plea or request from the rec center be changed to a half person to be added. But my memory said it was not amended. Maybe I'm wrong. But now in this budget, it's as if those motions never happened. And I just thought it was interesting, or I don't understand the process, that there are 2 motions, but now they are vastly different than they actually were passed as. And I don't know how that's dealt with in your budget process, because it would actually be quite a savings if the motions were maintained as they were, and those positions that were voted on to not be added back in as new positions were, or remained, whatever, would be removed. Shall I stop there and then do my second? I don't know if you guys just want to let that ride.
Let me answer that. In John's commentary, he asked the select board to revisit those positions. The $20,000 for the rec person and I don't know how much for the half-time finance clerk, because he and his finance staff thought it was very important to have that position, and so they are requesting that the select board revisit those 2 positions.
So that would be a revisiting of that motion similar to what we had happened before with the bag?
I think it would be most likely a whole new motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I would like to state, though, that I thought there were public commentaries and my own opinion that those were good motions. Would love to see them stand personally. The other is that I just think it's interesting to note that the half-time position, if I'm understanding right, for the rec center is almost identical to the price of fireworks. And I was just thinking, since we're in a financial crisis, in many of our opinion, it might be nice to pick one but not both. Do we need one-time fireworks, or do we need a full-time, a full half, year-long half person? Might be nice to do a little budgetary thinking there. Okay, can I talk trash now?
No, because your 2 minutes is up. Why don't you speak again at trash?
When do you want? Okay, this is not the time then for that trash discussion.
It could be, but your time is going up, not down.
Thank you. Just want to point out that I've now been at this board meeting, as it's been extended, for 13 hours as a patient participant, and I've listened to you speak many, many, many more hours than me.
I'm not
asking
saying
for
that
2 minutes to talk about the topic on hand is not inappropriate, and I recommend you please be considerate and give me my 2 minutes.
Here's the thing, Eric. I'd be happy to let you speak again, but I want to respect the fact that we've had meetings until midnight. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is to speak again after people's initial 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dick.
I think what Eric was asking is a point of order about the motion that was made to cut 3 positions, and then all of a sudden you voted to, and nobody made a motion here to reconsider those positions. And so how did you get a position and a half back? So when I'm done, if the town attorney can answer that question, that would be great. The thing I talked about in public participation was Bobby Fischer's contract. You voted under consent agenda. It has a 5.5% increase. And nobody even raised the question about that to pull it and talk about it. I love Bobby very much. He was a tenant in my building. But does he deserve a 5.5% increase? Not one of you up there questioned it. John, your numbers are wrong. I think you said you had $439,000 from the enterprise fund. That was $54,000, and then $385,000, which gave you $439,000. If you actually look in this current budget to actuals, it's actually $52,000 from the parking fund and $396,000 from wastewater for $448,000. And then when you add your increases in of $120,000 from wastewater and $12.5 from parking, that number is $578,500. So you should check that. I think I'm correct. I checked it 4 times. I can see where you might have got confused. I did. That's why I kept going back to check it. Madam Chairwoman, you talked about your statement that you made the other day about what you proposed, but that was with a cost shift of having an article question of the sidewalks and the roof, having that separate. I certainly said at that meeting that I felt that that was part of the regular maintenance. You guys are in a tough spot, but I think I'm hoping to get an answer about the 2 things I just brought up to John, and the question about a motion to reconsider to put the positions back in. Thank you.
Thank you. Hands? Randy?
Hi, Randy Blodgett, District 7. I just feel like it's Groundhog Day. We're back to last year.
Excuse me for just a minute.
Sorry, Randy. Do any of Dick's questions have an answer, or do we want to respond to those at the later? Okay. We'll respond to them at the end.
I just feel like we're back to, the last 2 budget discussions back in December, January, and then I don't know if you all remember April and May. I do. And
hard to forget.
I really don't understand how we're back to where we started at. And I urge you to get anywhere near the cost of inflation. Our trend is $10 million more than the 2018 budget for the bottom line we're approaching. We can't keep doing this. The cost of living in this town, solid waste, great. I value everyone's opinion. But if you ask them that question and you say, our taxes are going to now be 8%, it might change a little. Not for everybody, I realize that. But we need to, when we're asking people something, to give them, hey, this is where we're at. And we keep flip-flopping around. And we need to find the right spot. I get that. But we need to think out of the box, and we need to do better. And I do commend the town staff and John for, hey, there's a lot of things that I wasn't expecting, and thank you. But we still need to get this down. And I like what I'm hearing from Peter and Isaac and Amanda. Oscar, I understand why you went where you went, and I appreciate you telling us. And Liz, hey, you fight for what you believe in. But somehow now it's a board. We got to work together, and we got to do better. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll hear the people online.
Starting with Darren Mark.
Hey there, I'm Darren. I live on Montausiget Drive. I've lived here for close to 20 years. This is my first select board meeting, so I hope I'm doing this right. I strongly oppose the elimination of curbside recycling and compost collection. If my numbers are right, my back of the napkin math, the proposed budget cuts a net of around $850,000 for solid waste, after you allow for the $148,000 on new sticker fees for the solid waste district. And I checked the grand list, assuming 5,000 dwelling units, this saves the budget only $212 per household per year, which is roughly $4 a week. I looked at my taxes. The 3% would cost me an extra $90 a year. So a 5 to 10 mile round trip costs roughly $6.70 in gas and wear based on the IRS reimbursement rates. 30 minutes of my time is worth far more than the $4 I'd essentially save. And I feel like it's a false economy that shifts costs onto families. It's going to increase traffic and pollution. It's going to hurt seniors who can't drive. I think we really have to look at the unintended consequences. Replacing one fleet truck with thousands of individual resident car trips will drastically increase road wear and traffic. It's going to hurt my neighbors. I have, many widows in their 80s on my block. And Amanda, I respect your position that, where Vermonters will band together. It will be me probably hauling the trash for all of my neighbors. And I really don't want to do that. Yeah, exactly. And, illegal dumping historically increases based on studies. The cliff over my house, there's so much garbage embedded in that cliff. The Hogle Nature Reserve, I spend hours cleaning up the garbage there. I request the board amend the budget motion to restore funding for curbside recycling and compost. I would recommend looking at shifting to a biweekly schedule where you could save half without canceling. That would significantly reduce the contract cost, and you could get rid of the need for the new sticker fee expense. And if you're really serious about this, commission an impact study on the true cost of self-hauling before dismantling a core utility. To me, it's just irresponsible to get rid of this before weighing all of the unintended consequences. So I urge you again to vote no on this cut, and instead, please implore you to look at adopting a biweekly collection schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Bob Spencer is available by Zoom for interrogation. I'd love it if he called in to weigh in as well on some of the things that Darren was asking about, or questions.
I think Darren's questions are more to the options that we have. Let's hear from Tom Franks.
Good day, Tom. Good evening, Tom Franks. I'll lower my hand. I just had one question. I'm doing a home repair. Apologize for the mess. When we were talking about this potential savings from discontinuing services, I went back and looked at the presentation that the board received in November, I believe, or early December, on the costs of recycling, and I had $555 for collection, $256,500 for disposal, and then cart maintenance at $97, and it's smeared because I'm working with water. And I ended up with a total of $703,030. So I was wondering why the savings from discontinuing both recycling and compost were only 500. So a little clarity on that. I'm sure I missed something. Thank you.
Okay, we'll ask Pete those questions. Let's hear from David.
Thank you, David Lovemark, District 9. Just a couple observations on the waste management issue. If I'm going to, and I'm not the only one who's had this thought, if I'm going to be taking and recycling to the dump, it's not that difficult then to take a bag as well. But beyond that, I think the change will reduce the rate of composting and recycling in town. That has some environmental impact, so I recognize there's some debate about the efficacy of recycling and composting in terms of things being mixed in that shouldn't be mixed in. But beyond that, I'll also say that this would increase the tipping fees for trash if people move stuff from composting, recycling into trash. On the other hand, I think this would also eliminate our tipping fees for recycling and compost. And then finally, oddly, this might increase your bag revenue. So these are just some observations. Thank you.
Yes, it's a process. Are there more, Gemma? And then Eric, we'll hear you again, okay?
Gemma Seymour, District 8, Brattleboro Planning Commission. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. The elimination of responsible solid waste management funding in this budget is irresponsible. As I and others have pointed out, removing this funding from the municipal budget will not remove the cost of waste disposal from the household and business budgets of the people of this town, and it will absolutely guarantee that it will cost us even more, all paying individually with no chance of economies of scale. Responsible waste management is not merely a convenient option, it's our first responsibility to the environment, to the very land that we hold, that constitutes our basis as a community, as a town. Waste management, in my opinion, comes before police and fire in importance, and that is why responsible communities institute entire departments of sanitation in their municipal governments. Waste management is also not just a service offered by government to individual or particular beneficiaries. It directly serves the general public health, public safety, and public order for all by ensuring that waste is properly handled in relatively anonymous and impartial manner, free of barriers and friction that might deter responsible waste disposal. I don't know why it seems to be so difficult to understand that people do not want the dignity of their lives dependent upon the possibly arbitrary goodwill of their neighbors, or to feel embarrassed that they have to beg their neighbors for help. Perhaps people who have not lived in diverse populations, who do not have the experience of being marginalized in their own communities, perhaps that is why they are so glib about the idea of being forced to ask others who are unlike them for help, instead of being able to rely on being treated equally by government services that are provided to all equitably at the curbside without need for personal interaction or approval. I also don't know why it seems to be so difficult to understand that subsidies that require people to prove their eligibility will inevitably result in many people in the greatest need not receiving those supposed subsidies. They will not apply for them because they do not want to draw attention to themselves. The inevitable consequences of discontinuing responsible municipal waste management funding will be an increase in improper and illegal dumping, trash nuisances, attraction of pests and vermin, and a loss of quality of life that will not only frustrate current residents, but deter potential future residents at a time when our first priority should be attracting new residents to boost our economy and expand our tax base. 5,600 households individually driving their trash to one dump in town is not an environmental strategy, it is an environmental disaster. Fully 1/3 of Americans cannot drive. I'm one of those people. I do not have a car. The idea that somehow, some way,
Gemma, you're over time, so
thank you.
Susan and then Eric again.
Sorry, I disconnected. Thank you.
Thank you to the tech team. Yeah.
That's not going to work. Whatever. Susan Belleville, Brattleboro. I wrote emails to Oscar, Amanda, and I sent one to Peter. And in that, I laid out an idea about why it's important that we try to shift responsibility for trash and garbage and recycling over to the taxpayers and residents of Brattleboro. The one that is most impressive for me is the impact it has on the emergency services. We're so trash and recycling and composting is a fixable solution. It is not dependent on everybody transporting their stuff to the dump themselves or to any other facility themselves. They can hire it out. They can work as a cooperative to try to get it taken care of. But what we don't have options for is access to emergency services. Those budgets, as well as roads and sidewalks, those budgets have been either cut or level funded with no significant improvement to improve the functionality of the municipality. I'm really upset that that when I called the police department today over an issue that was occurring on Elliott Street, I'm not laying blame on anybody. I am not saying that somebody was being irresponsible. What I'm saying is I was told that they couldn't respond to the issue that I had because they were too busy with other emergencies. If I have a heart attack in my home and I need emergency services, or I have someone breaking into my home and I need emergency services, I don't want to be told that they don't have the resources available to come take care of my needs. It's not just me. It's my neighbors. It's my friends. It's my family. For trash to take such a priority over emergency services and roads and sidewalks is beyond my understanding of what this community is supposed to be about. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not my first select board meeting. And I've been thinking a lot about this. And I think there's actually, as there is for most things, there's more than one right answer. But in this situation, those right answers are very separate, very different. I would like to thank all of you, everyone that spoke here. I agree with some piece of almost everything somebody said. Amanda, your strength in saying that we can do without this and save our town money, to me, this was a low-hanging fruit. It will make some hardships, but I'm the non-driver, senior citizen, can't do it myself guy that people are so worried about, and I say go for it. Okay, I can figure out how to get my trash, compost, and recycling there. However, if we are going to do this service, we can't do it part way. We have to either do all streams or none, or it doesn't work. I think a lot of you understand that. If we rip it apart into little pieces and pick this one thing we care about, or just do trash and give that to Casella to do, then basically our recycling and compost for a lot of people is going to end up in the trash. We know that. And the biggest problem is the recycling, that huge bin. We know. I've talked to people that are on this, that understand this plan. That bin is not something you can supervise. Anyone who wants to can put their trash, their compost, their mother-in-law, and even Daniel Kip in that bin, and it's gone. They're not going to see it, okay? So that's how those plastic bins are going to work. And then if we buy them, we're stuck with them. And they're so big that if we have our town service take over, then they're stuck with those arms, okay, in that plastic bin. So next thing is, well, is there a solution? Yeah, I know the solution. And Peter Lynch is going to hate me, absolutely hate me for saying this. But if you either, A, don't do it like Amanda said, and thank goodness our town will be healthier, or do it right, do it all. But I'm sorry, not just compost, but the old recycle bins that we already have that you can see in, and our own people with their trucks from the Department of Public Works. I'm sorry, guys. This is so hard to plan now and do it. But you pick up that trash. You pay for those employees. You buy those trucks. And you do it because we trust you and we know you're honorable and we know you'll give us the best possible deal you can. And we'll have trucks. You know what trash trucks can do? They can pull trailers. And you know what can be on trailers if you set it up? There can be trailers with road equipment for emergencies. We'll even have extra people that you may have to say to us someday, you're not getting trash pickup. But those Department of Public Works people are now fixing a retaining wall emergency over there, so you'll have to wait 2 days. We have more resiliency in our community. We have less expensive stuff. We're not paying for a monopoly, and we get all of our services. But poor Peter Lynch, I'm sorry.
Your time is up. Thank you. Bethany. Hi, Bethany.
Hi, Bethany Marks, parents of Brattleboro residents. I am just curious. I have a couple things. And I don't know. I was at a different board meeting before. Might have been brought up. I don't think it was. So I apologize if it was. I'm curious. Two things. One, I wanted to make sure that it was out there and known that the Brattleboro compost program, the curbside compost program, was actually a pilot that was like pretty huge pioneering program when it began in 2012. And many other municipalities actually looked at us and said, wow, that's awesome. How do you do it? So it feels really disappointing to consider that we might be looking at changing it. I'm really kind of flabbergasted by even the concept of bringing that up. And I think it's already been spoken to, the issue of equality and whatnot. But my other question was, I haven't yet seen, and again, forgive me if it is out there and I missed it, haven't seen current data in about the amount of, I know that Bob Spencer pretty regularly has information about the amount of like tons of trash versus recycling versus compost that is processed at Wyndham Solid Waste. I didn't very quickly have that information. I couldn't really quickly find that information before speaking this evening, but I'd be really curious to know what those numbers are, because I think pretty drastically and quickly we would see those change if people were not able to access the recycling and compost. But if you look at some of the previous numbers from that he has put out, you can see a pretty significant increase in the amount of recycling and composting that has happened since the curbside compost became a thing. And I would really love to know what that trend and what those numbers look like at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Bethany. Okay. One more bite of the apple for you two. Gemma first.
I have a statement. The member of the public wanted me to read as well.
Oh yes, those. Go ahead.
I want to do that, and also Bob Spencer is on Zoom if he's open to be interrogated, but I'm not sure if he's going to call in. Oh, he said, "How do I speak? Please ask." You raise your hand in the Zoom. He might not understand how to do that. You raise your hand in the Zoom, and then Seth will call on you from our meeting, Bob. Well, they're figuring it out or not. I will read a statement that was sent to me.
You have several statements to read, do you not?
I actually, one of the individuals called in and did it himself.
Okay, very good.
That was Darren Mark. And this is a transcript of a voice memo, so I'll see how I do. This is from Arthur Davis. Hello, this is Arthur Davis, District 8 in Brattleboro. I would like to talk a moment about the proposal to get rid of curbside compost and recycling and keep curbside trash collection. I believe that this would incentivize citizens of Brattleboro in exactly the wrong ways in terms of what is convenient to do with their solid waste. Right now, people have an incentive to compost and recycle because they don't have to buy bags for that stream of solid waste. In another proposal that's being said, if we get rid of trash and recycling but keep compost, people would still be incentivized to compost from a convenience factor because it would be picked up on their street weekly. And they would also be incentivized to recycle if they brought to the dump, because recycling at the transfer station would be free after the purchase of half a sticker. But they would already be going there to deal with their trash in this scenario where people have curbside collection but do not have curbside recycling or compost. The easiest, most convenient way to deal with that is to put more things in your trash. Because it's going, sorry, this is a transcript from an audio, picked up either way. Okay, so concerns about de-incentivizing compost. I'm pro keeping the compost, people hauling, recycling, and trash. That's it. From Arthur.
That's it? You didn't have any more?
That
Okay.
was, yeah.
Then let's hear from Gemma and then from Dick.
Oh, and there's Bob.
Gemma Seymour again. Just to finish up on what I was saying before, the idea that somehow, some way, private entrepreneurialism will save the day is also not a viable strategy, and it's inherently an environmental nightmare. Rather than a handful of trucks on the streets, you would have dozens on the street, each serving a tiny number of people. It's a recipe for gross inefficiency. Even if it could save the day, I've been a business owner. That day will not be any time in the near future. It takes lead time to build a company, as anyone who has actually built a company from scratch understands. Okay, I am in agreement with Eric that this ultimately should be a municipal department. Again, not something that can happen overnight, something that we need to plan for in the future, and I would like the select board to do that. But I would also like to address Susan Belleville's concerns that in no way am I suggesting that waste management should preclude funding police or fire or ambulance or anything else. My parents are medical professionals. My grandfather was an FDNY battalion chief. 2 members of my family are lifelong New York City Department of Sanitation members. We need all of these things. As I said, waste management, I think, comes first, but it's not the only priority. All of those things are important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dick?
Question for John again. John, there's a $123,000 transfer in. It's the last transfer in, and it's the number associated with it is 49025, and I have no idea what it is. It's that last transfer number to come in. If you can just tell me what that is. And the other thing I just want to say is that I looked at, and I support the finance director, but there's 2 of you here that are going to be guaranteed seats for next year. And that's a huge shift of $120,000 to put into the solid waste, or to water and sewer, and to fund the finance director in that position. And you haven't approved that budget yet. So you approve that in late May, early June, and you're going to go, well, hey, remember what you did back in January. And that's a huge concern of mine, because I don't have 2 pockets of money. I only have one. And that budget, and taking that much money from that enterprise fund and sticking it in to pay for that position, I'm really concerned about the equation. But that's a huge number to fund positions. We did it last year with the, I think it was you, Madam Chairwoman, the energy coordinator is now being paid for 50% by that. And that's a huge concern of mine, is just shifting responsibility from what the town should be paying for. And we should be, the water and sewer, but I think it's a really high number, and I'm concerned, and I would get with John to tell me how you got to that equation, because $516,000 a year is a huge number for accounting services.
So there's a number of questions that you asked about transfers. First, I just want to say that Stephen Dotson actually is doing work in 2 separate departments. So it's not just a transfer of funding mechanisms, but it's actually the work that he does. John, do you want to discuss not only what Dick just brought up, but his earlier discussion about transfers from utility and parking?
Yeah, I was just searching for the breakdown that Bonnie did on that. I couldn't find it in my email, just searching while we're talking. Yeah, I mean, she looked at all how people were spending their time, and we felt like that the general fund shouldn't be paying for doing utility work or parking work, and so that's what these numbers are based on, was that analysis. I can find that and share that if people want to see it.
I can show you.
I don't think you have that.
I looked at the numbers that you're going to be looking at in the last agenda item about the budget review. That's where I got those numbers of 52,396, and your numbers were 54 and 385. So there's a discrepancy there that I went just by the numbers that you're going to review in a little bit. I can show you if you want. If not, I'll show you what you're talking about.
Let's look at it. Yep.
All right.
Madam Chair, someone's on Zoom.
Pardon me?
Someone's on Zoom. Bob Spencer from the Waste District.
Bob Spencer, I guess you're being interrogated. Amanda, do you want to frame the questions that you have for Bob?
The previous caller, I'm remiss in remembering her name, had some specific questions about data that you... Bethany, that you gathered from diverting organics from the waste stream.
Yeah, Bethany, that was very complimentary what you said. Thank you to our program. Actually,
Bob.
Can you hear me now? How's that?
Who want to hear every word. Yeah.
Is that good now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Pete has the current numbers for each of those streams. Amanda.
Okay.
We have a point of clarity. Is he talking about just the transfer station or the town of Brattleboro? I'm trying to understand.
I believe that Mr. Spencer is talking about the Solid Waste Management District in its entirety and not the town of Brattleboro specifically. But let's interrogate Mr. Lynch to see if he has numbers about that stream from his years-long detailed analysis of the trash collection system in the town of Brattleboro.
I couldn't hear Bob at all, and so the question was what?
Bethany had asked a question about the breakdown of the various waste streams and, trash, recycling, compost. And I guess specifically for the Solid Waste Management District, but then when we inquired that of Bob said that you had that information. So if you could enlighten us.
I'd be happy to. So I'd like to do it by tonnage if I could. And so monthly, the average tonnage that is disposed of for trash is about 59 tons. Recycling is 60 tons, and compost is 46. And in terms of percentage, that represents 35.3% of what we put in the stream is trash, or in a facility is trash, 36 is recycling, and 28.7 is compost. Those statistics, are specifically for Brattleboro, and they're based on our disposal numbers.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. I think we've heard about everything from the public. I just have a question for John, and that is, there was a lot of horse trading earlier. John, do you think you could tell us what the approximate tax rate of increase would be if we added the two streams back and we zeroed out human services?
Yeah, I think just, again, really back of the envelope, and don't quote me on this, but I would say you're in the 6.5% neighborhood for that.
Okay. Yes. Jackie.
Jackie Reese, District 9 rep. I just want to reiterate again, and if you're going to talk about the difference in the percentages before and after, or with or without, could you put it into terms of how much that is a year per 100,000? Because I don't understand percentage. I do understand what it means to me, and what the guy from Wantastic brought up, I thought was perfect. I mean, we're talking about so much less per year, and if I'm going to be paying $60 or even $30 just to go to the dump, and then the other thing that I'd like clarity on is what was it? Nope, it's gone. But that's basically, oh yes, sorry. Thank you, Peter, looking at you. I'm hoping to hear what your idea is going to be about, because I don't hear anything in here, and I haven't heard anything in any of these discussions in the last couple of meetings that I've been at about reducing the public service.
Human service.
Human services, sorry. Thank you very much. I think that's a legitimate piece to look at, because again, as someone said, charity begins at home. And when you're giving charity from home, you have control over what that charity is and who it's going to and what they're doing with it. Thanks.
So,
you want to answer that?
Well, I can tell you what my strategy is.
Please
if you'd
do.
like.
Yeah.
My strategy is to make 3 separate motions this evening. The first of which is that. And I don't know, I'm just going to talk about them and then we'll make them, okay? Is that we move to add back in the 2 streams of solid waste, recycling, and compost to its previous status, where it was before this last. I also plan to make a motion that we add the part-time Parks and Rec person and the part-time finance position into our budget. And then my third motion will be to that I'll move that the amount allocated to the human services budget of $250,000 be reduced to 0.
What was that?
Well, Peter just mentioned a motion about adding the positions in. I had asked a question that
Yes.
if that could get answered, that would be part of.
Yes.
I don't think he can do that.
So what John said when he gave the budget is that he's asking the select board to reconsider. And Hannah, would you like to tell us the legality of him allowing, asking that question and having it be reconsidered, even though there were motions to the contrary?
I'm sorry. I think I'm a little so. Can you do either you or Dick repeat his question?
I'd be happy to reframe the question. Dick is asking the question: How can we reconsider an item? And there were 2 items. One was the Park and Rec person at full time, and that's what was voted down the other night. Plus the finance part-time person that was voted down. And even it was brought up last time, well, Carol suggested a part-time rec person, and Isaac did not entertain that change in his motion. So the motion was for the full-time person, and that was voted down. And the motion was for the part-time finance person, and that was voted down. And John is asking us if we would reconsider those 2 positions in this budget that he's brought forward. Is he legally able, and are we legally able to reconsider those two items?
I can answer that.
Let's hear from the attorney, shall we,
I
Deb?
flunked out of law school, but I can answer that.
Well, is it, I don't see this as a motion to reconsider so much as there would be a new motion on the table to add those positions in.
And so it's a new motion concerned with the process of revisiting the budget, which was not the final vote to begin with. So these are all budget process questions that, I mean, we're revisiting the trash, and we've had numerous votes on the trash, haven't we?
We have, I know there are restrictions in Robert's rules about, you can't just bring up the same thing over and over again once it's been voted on. Personally, in this setting, I'm sort of happy to just talk about it if people feel strongly about it. But
all I'm saying, Madam Chairwoman, is if one of the three people that makes a motion to reconsider the action, I'm fine with it. I don't think you can have a new motion. I'm not fighting anything.
Okay.
I'm just saying I think it's somebody who voted for. That's what you have to do. You did it the other day when you reconsidered the price of the trash bags.
I think that
that's all I'm saying.
That we've heard from our attorney that we can make a new motion. Peter's considered making a new motion for those two positions. I think we can certainly, in the spirit of coming together to forge a budget, we could have that conversation, have that vote, and it's perfectly legal.
yeah, I think if a board member wanted to object on procedural grounds, that'd be fair enough. But I'm happy to just talk about it personally.
I would like to propose an amendment to Peter's, the one of the three of Peter's motions. Is that?
Sure.
Well, I haven't actually made the motion yet. We just talked about the motions I plan on making.
So I
haven't committed to anything.
So
yet.
I would love to, in your not committed motions, request that we separate the two positions and not put them on the same vote. The clerk position and the part-time Parks and Rec. I would ask that you amend your motion to separate those two positions.
You want one more motion?
I would like 4 total. Yes, please.
Okay, very good.
Could I suggest that maybe we, just to give this some structure, Peter makes one of them, and then we...
What a great start.
Peter makes one, we'll have a vote. Peter makes another, we'll have a vote. And so on. Okay?
For many,
it's quiet
many
over there. What do you think?
Are we, this first motion that you've suggested making, I think that we have no issue procedurally with. Can we take care of that part and then talk about the procedure for how we're going to figure out the rest?
Sure. All right. So I'm gonna start with gabbage, as my Uncle Frank would say. All right. So I'm going to formally move that we add back in the 2 streams of solid waste, those being recycling and compost, to its previous status.
Great. Peter has made a motion to add back into the budget, let's see if I was listening, the 2 waste streams, recycling and compost, to the FY27 budget.
Correct.
Also, yes, ma'am.
One question about that. Because that's with a specific contractor, is that contractor's name because that is the proposal? Should that be part of the motion?
Well, it's not part of the budget. And we're just talking about the budget.
We're just sort of talking about an overall number.
Even though that number is tied in with a specific contractor.
I don't think that matters.
I mean,
it's not germane to the motion.
Because I think the previous status would be Casella. There, great, you made me say it. Casella, trash recycling, town compost. So I think we're just looking at a number in a budget. Because the way I've looked at these, my 3 motions, possibly 4, is that it will get us a point, 1.2 points lower. And John backed that math up just a minute ago. So Yeah, so that would be my motion to add those two streams of solid waste back into our budget, recycling and compost.
And that total change was 577?
Thank you, Pete.
577, 682.
But in all transparency, our contractual obligations are not certain at this time.
That's
that
correct.
number
That's
could
correct.
change and increase. So for
It could.
full transparency to the public,
It could even decrease. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. I've repeated it. Are the board members ready to vote? Yep. Okay, all select board members in favor of Peter's motion regarding returning the waste streams, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Aye. All select board members not in favor, please raise your hand and say no. Okay,
No.
so that's 4-1, Amanda declining. Next,
Yeah.
Peter.
All right. So I'm going to make the motion. If you want to amend it, we can talk about it. I'm going to move that we add into the budget the part-time Parks and Rec position and the part-time finance position.
And that's,
Okay, so, yes, John.
all right.
So, looking at your former motion, that was done on a slate, and I think actually Amanda's suggestion to split them might be a good idea. We have done what you asked for, eliminate the full-time park maintenance position, but in this budget, like in this draft budget for you tonight, we proposed an addition of that $20,000 part-time position, which was not part of your previous motion. So that is a separate thing, and I think you could make a motion to that effect and see if the board supports it or not. The eliminate the finance new half position capacity was exactly what we put back into this draft budget. So if Oscar, Amanda, or Isaac wanted to make that motion, it would probably be more appropriate as a reconsideration.
I do not wish to make that reconsideration.
Yes.
I think technically it's a motion to rescind, because a motion to reconsider is something made in the same meeting, and a motion to rescind is on a decision made in a prior meeting.
Okay. Do either Isaac, Oscar, or Amanda wish to rescind for the finance position?
I do not.
No.
I'll make the motion then. Nobody else is going to do it. So I need some clarification. I'm going to move to rescind our vote on reinstating the rest of the hours for the clerk position in the finance department. Is that correct? Okay.
Question, was it part of a slate or was it separate? I'm just confused. It's
part of a slate.
It was part of a slate.
So does that mean the whole slate's rescinded?
Nope,
Since
just
it's
that.
voted on as
No,
one?
just that portion.
So in order to separate those two positions for the vote, it's required to rescind
Rescind that part.
rescind that part, and then we'll vote on it separately.
Great.
Okay, great.
So Amanda has made a motion to rescind the earlier motion to remove the part-time finance position from our budget deliberations. All select board members in favor of that action, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's 3. All those not in favor, please raise your hand and say no.
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 Okay, so now the vote was 3-2, and so the next item most probably should be, shall someone like to make a motion to add that part-time finance person to the budget?
All right, so let me just get this thing clear, because is not clear to me anymore. So we've got two positions. Amanda previously said before the motion was made that she would like to amend it to break it out to two. That's effectively what we're doing now? Okay. So it is probably, since it's the one we just talked about, it probably makes the most sense to do that one
Right
now.
now, yeah.
So I will motion that we add the part-time finance position back into the budget.
Great. Peter has made a motion to add the part-time finance clerk position back into the FY27 budget. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that has failed.
Can we
All
get
select board members not in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say no.
No.
Okay, that's 3-2. Peter, next motion.
The next motion, I'm gonna want to figure out how much that saved.
29,000.
So it saved $29,000.
Yep.
What's the cost per 100,000 on that?
$1.77
A month?
a year.
A year?
Yep.
Okay. I will move that we add the part-time Parks and Rec person into the budget.
Great. Peter has made a motion. Do you wish to speak to it, Amanda?
I just wondered if for clarity for the vote, it's articulated how many hours per week? Because that was part of the budget
20.
memo.
It was 20.
I'm happy to amend it.
It was 20.
Yep.
So, all right. I'll amend my motion and say I move that we add the 20 hours for a part-time Parks and Rec person into the budget.
Great. And
All right, now, can I, I haven't been speaking to these.
Please speak to
Because
it.
we do a lot of words up here, a lot of words. So I think Carol made a pretty impassioned presentation about this person as a full-time person, as somebody who generates quite a bit of revenue for the town. And I do believe that throwing her an extra 20-hour-a-week person to help her do all the wonderful work that she's done for how many years, John?
37.
Thank you, John. So for 37 years is not asking a lot. And what would that what would that cost?
What was that cost?
So it's $20,000, but you're asking how much it costs.
Well, it's 20 hours.
20 hours.
Yeah.
Taxpayer for the year.
I don't know if
Carol?
you could ask Carol if she knows, but I
Carol, a
would you
lot
like to be
are interrogated.
At the part-time level, we'd be asking for 20 hours a week at $20 an hour for the 52 weeks.
Okay. Well, let me just do some math here. 20 times 22.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I answered your question. I said 20 hours a week, $20 an hour, so it's approximately $20,000.
Yeah. No, you did. That's all right. I got an app for that.
2020.
All right.
Yeah.
So, and what did we just remove from the budget?
29,000.
29. So this would be, if I'm doing my math correctly, would be less than.
Which was
that.
about $1.
And to help that wonderful woman continue to do the work that she does, I don't think is asking a lot. So that would be my motion. There is my impassioned plea.
Okay.
Yay or nay, you.
Does anyone want to speak to that, Oscar?
Just in a sentence, which is that, you know, I love Carol, I love Star, I love the library, I love all these departments. This is a year where we're really struggling to make these things connect up. We're expanding the fire department, we're doing all these things. At some point, there have to be things we say no to, so I'm gonna continue to say no to this and the other one and feel terrible about it, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, so Peter's made a motion to hire a part-time rec person, 20 hours a week for $20,000 a year at $20 an hour, and that's a lot of 20s. And all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye, absolutely.
Okay, all those not in favor, please raise your hand and say no.
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 All right, and I think that would be very good stewardship of taxpayer dollars in Carol's hands.
And if I wasn't on the select board, I would apply. Because I'd love to work for Carol. It's a great
Okay,
mentor
what
to a
else you
lot
got
of our
over
youth
there?
in our community.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Final.
You got something else over
I
there?
got one more.
All right.
All right. And then I want to speak to it.
Sure.
So, given these conversations, as difficult as they are, I am going to motion that the amount allocated for human services in the current budget year of $250,000 be reduced to zero. Speaking to that, came largely from the reoccurring conversations that I had today, municipal budget versus human services budget, people calling it forced donating. I am a proponent of helping those in need. I do it myself. I make contributions myself. Again, if we're going to say it, might as well say the third time charity starts at home. So I think that given this time where we are adding things into the budget, this is not a direct service that we should provide, and we should take a look at this and then possibly for this budget year, see how we do throughout the year, maybe revisit this conversation a year from now. But right now, for FY27, I'm going to advocate that we reduce that allocated $250,000 to zero.
Right. Peter's made a motion. Anyone on this board want to speak to it? Oscar.
Yes. Thank you. Someone made a comment in the public earlier, why haven't we considered cutting human services funding in favor of these other things? We have already done that. In this budget, the initial draft that came to us, human services funding was cut by half, by $250,000. And I, as someone who's supported it for a long time, knowing what kind of year it was, I kept it to myself and, just ate it on that one. Because everyone's making sacrifices. I don't think there's a department here that hasn't given something up, and human services is no exception. This is a bridge too far for me in terms of the compromise between the different groups in our community and the things they value. This is too far. This is a step too far. And of course, there is always the parentheses. It's a little bit monopoly money for us, right? We were told by a vote of town meeting, put it in at 500K. We're going to say 250, and now we're trying to say zero. It makes our number get lower, but is that a realistic thing? Or are we going to say, here's your budget, it's 6%, and then very predictably, it's 8.5 after town meeting? But my main objection is the first one. And I don't think it's irresponsible to suggest, and there are things, if it was 250K for human services or town department X, if it came down to that choice, there are things I would absolutely prioritize over it, but this one doesn't work for me. And now, hang on, didn't we vote on this? Didn't we have humans? I guess not to zero. We had different motions.
No, she didn't vote to
We
zero.
voted to 100K.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then, we did 100K and we did 200K.
And voted
that
no
was
on both.
Yes, you guys would know him, all of those.
Not all
Yeah.
of us, of course. Okay, so that's my feeling on this.
I'll weigh in too. I think 0 is I just don't think that's Brattleboro. I think Brattleboro likes to help in a way that they can afford. I think that going to 0 is unrealistic. I urge the advocates for the human services funding, once we get to town meeting, to consider the hard decisions we've been making as a board, and entertaining going without town services, trying to make those hard choices, and that in the spirit of compromise, might be willing to not ask for, $500,000. That's a lot of money. We want to help, but we want to help within our means. And so that's just for the public record.
Isaac, do you wish to comment?
Can you give me a moment? Does anybody else have something to say first?
Yeah, I have something to say. I think last year the Finance Committee did an extensive analysis in their report to RTM about really Brattleboro being far and away the most generous of communities with regard to human service funding. But I think we have to take into account what's been happening in Brattleboro in recent years. And a lot of people talk about the tremendous demand on human services. A lot of that demand is based on the state's allocation in the motel program. And we are strapped because of that. And I think that we need to understand that a tremendous amount of our budget is already expended in providing support to people in need. I really, a lot of people have said to me, the select board has to take this fund back and reform it and keep it in our control, because RTM's human service budget has run away from us. And so I think, when we're faced with the really hard choices that we've been faced with, we need to look to ourselves, to what we need, and ask the generous people in this town if they wish to give to these nonprofits, they should, and take it out of municipal coffers. Isaac, are you ready for a comment? Are you ready to vote?
I am ready for a comment. Thank you. We have this budget that we have in front of us has a 50% reduction in what Representative Town Meeting had advised the Select Board to do. And my perspective has shifted on this, being on different sides of this table right here, because now we're responsible for coming up with a budget that's affordable. I would like for us to revisit how we do this whole process with the human services budget. And I mentioned that at an earlier meeting, that it's a little weird to be thinking about, we just said this budget cuts the request for a few more hours or a little bit more support for the library to be able to stay open and not have to put a sign saying, someone's out sick, we're closing up shop. We're not honoring that request, but we are honoring requests from nonprofits. It is a little I agree with the sentiment of trying to support our municipal services and doing that. And what's great about that is it's in the public. We as the community, voters get to decide. So I like the idea of us revisiting how we do this. What I would ask is that we do so in a responsible way. So cutting this by 50% is already a huge decrease. And these are, I'm just looking, partly why it took me a minute is just looking at this list of these 30-some organizations. It's like the top of the list: Senior Solutions, Brattleboro Senior Meals, Youth Services, Women's Freedom Center, Brattleboro Area Hospice. I mean, these are, I just had a Brattleboro Senior Meal that I paid $7 for today. And there are people who I saw at the Senior Center who really count on that meal. And I'm thinking to wipe this out to zero. I would want to, before we made a drastic decision like that, I would want to be able to hear, what is the impact of that decision? Sort of like we heard on the impact of all these decisions around all these departments, some of which would be similar sorts of cuts. So I would suggest that we decline to cut it further than this 50%.
One of the things that I forgot to mention earlier is that, last week we were faced with I don't know what you want to call it, a target, an ultimatum, a concern that our budget be limited to no more than a 6% increase. And so the question that has been is how to get to that number. And so these are the things that we're juggling. And there's no movement left. And we have the 3 trash streams, the first responders, and the human services. And that's how I see this balance. And so I want the trash streams because that's a service to our community. That's a service to our, bread and butter residents that would be an expense otherwise. And so I just think that we should be, let's say it one more time, charity beginning at home. And that the human service budget, as one person said to me, is, it's tearing our town apart because we can no longer afford of it. When we were flush with whatever money that we had, it made sense. But even then, it got out of hand. We were by far and away the biggest contributor in the state. And so I feel that if we want to stick with the target that we were given last week, 6%, and this is 6.5%, that's the closest we're going to get to keeping the budget in check and adding the waste streams back. And that's why I'm voting that way.
One more thing, I just was remembering the vote that we've talked about that was on the ballot, and I think you were part of the board that put that on the ballot to get the opinions of the voters. And I think it was 2% or more got the plurality, meaning it was a minority, but that was the option that got the most votes. A majority, if I'm not mistaken, voted for 1% or more of the budget. That what's in here is 1% budget. So, it's and that we weren't flush with money last year. That was we were looking at it was even a higher increase in the percentage of the higher percentage increase than the last year in the budget. So I think we need to list, to use the information we have from the voters and from town meeting And I would just say that there are other options for where we could cut in this budget. Not without pain, but there are vacant positions in our town in departments that have seen recent personnel growth. There's positions in some of the larger departments that we could reduce hours without eliminating the entire program or service. So I'm going to vote no on this.
All right. Are we ready for a vote?
Well,
Pete.
let's play the game a little more. All right. I bring up the human services budget because it is something we do as a kindness, as we add it in, and it has been kind. I was part of the representative town meeting, I think I've said this before, that voted going up to 2%. I am now sitting on this side of the table, seeing what this number does to our budget each year. With, as you just pointed out, a very higher increase going into it, still managed to pull out $461,000. And if sitting on that side of the table, I could probably defend almost every single line. There are a few I can't, but I could. But as we sit here now, looking at this, with this number, this gets us pretty close to where we want to be. If not zero, what's the number? Because I think leaving it at $250,000, no bueno, just can't happen. I believe that. I see that now. You know, through some of the conversations that I had today, a few people said you don't cut fire, police, or DPW. Those are essential services. It is our moral responsibility to provide those things to our community. So don't touch those. But this is something that we do based on morals, but it has to move now. So if not 2,050 or zero, can I get a $99,000?
Well, you know, let's take a vote and see where we are.
So, and wait for another motion, you're saying?
Well,
You're saying
no,
take a vote on
Peter-
Peter's motion
Peter's
and
made a
then
motion.
see if there's another motion
Well,
that comes in.
let's take a vote and see. If we got 3 votes, we're done. So Peter has made a motion.
Are we taking public comment on this one?
Sure. Gemma, Jackie. And now.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Aside from my general interest in municipal politics and politics in general, there's 2 reasons why I'm in this room right now. The first one was the acceptable conduct ordinance that I opposed. And the third is that I was really troubled last year about the idea that people wanted to cut the human services budget to 0 while we were giving a gigantic increase to the police department. I'm trying to remember what exactly the procedure, the legal procedure here is, because the vote that Representative Town Meeting took about the human services budget was not just a vote to advise the select board as to what percentage we wanted to see in next year. We voted on a specific number for this year. And so I'm trying to understand why the select board is even having this conversation at all. It doesn't really matter what number you put in there if the number is up to representative town meeting or open town meeting or Australian ballot, whatever we happen to do next. So why are we even talking about this? Why are we talking about 0 or 250 or 450 or 500,000? Representative town meeting has been very clear. It's 2%. And that's probably what representative town meeting is going to say again this year. But I kind of lost my train of thought there. I'm sorry. I'll see if I can get it back. Is that, yeah, I'll end it there since I'm just about out of time. I lost my train of thought, but you got the gist of what I was trying to say.
Thank you. Yes, Oscar.
Just to say, Gemma, I think while I agree with you, unfortunately for that argument, I'm pretty sure the warning said up to what amount. So to advise the select board to spend up to 2%.
That was the budget advisory issue. The actual human services budget was voted on directly by RTM.
But that was the FY26
Yes.
currently in effect one, which is in effect and which we haven't changed. The one that said how much this year has to be was where we chose the percentage. And if I'm...
What I'm trying to ask is why aren't we following that same procedure this year, first of all?
I share your concern.
So just to finish my train of thought, the last thing I was going to say was, I do think we can afford the 2%. That's all.
Would you like to answer the legal question? What are we legally bound to do? Recommendation. I just want to restate.
I think Oscar just
Okay.
said that.
Millicent and then Ms. Smith?
Okay. So I don't have an opinion on the number, and I don't have a problem with municipal spending on human services. But I have noticed that, and I have tended personally to vote for 1.5% or 2% every year. But this year, I also noticed that I think that the human services, the conflicts of opinion about human services is part of what is driving the challenge to the way our governance is working. And that disturbs me a lot. And so I looked at the history of the budget spending and the human services spending and the way it's been proposed. And I'm looking right now, what I'm holding is the chart of what we've spent on the budget since fiscal year 17. And I shared it with some of you, and I don't remember if I shared it with all of you. And also compared that with human services. So basically, since fiscal year 17 to 26, the town budget expenditures has increased by 59.1%. And the human service expenditures has increased by 227.7%. And so I was like kind of surprised to see that and wondering how that happened. And then I thought about how the motions have been made and the way it's spoken of it at RTM. And 2% of, when you say 2% of budget, it means 2% of spending, right? It's not 2% of what we earned, it's 2% of what we have spent. So that means that every time we spend on, healthcare increases, or trash, or police, or fire, or anything, the income that we make is the bill that we charge taxpayers for what we have just promised to purchase. So it's not like me at home with my salary tithing.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, so I think while I do not have an opinion on the amount that we should spend, I think that framing that the way we have been for the 5 years since I've been in town meeting, framing the money as a percentage of expenditures has been a mistake. That's my point.
Thank you very much. Okay, Cyrus Smith, pardon me.
Hello, Cyrus Smith, member of the public, District 7. I seem to hear the question, why are we doing this? And correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason why we are currently deciding what the select board thinks the budget should be is because the select board needs to make a recommendation towards the public, which is then voted on again. It is the recommendation that we need so that we can sway the public to make a informed decision on how we spend the public budget. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you very much. David?
I'm David Miner, representative from District 7, chair of the Human Services Committee. We started the meeting talking about the weather that we're about to expect. And people were pointing out the needs of people and what residents we're going to need. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, right now. So I think to zero it out is totally inappropriate. There's something that I noticed when I took a look at the paperwork for tonight and taking a look at the articles that were going to be presented for RTM, that the only article in there for Human Services was about election of people to the committee for next year. There was nothing about voting on the allocation for this year or a proposal for next year. The only thing I can think of is that that decision had already been made because you eliminated all the discussion at RTM about the allocation. So I think it's important. It's important for the many groups that provide support. I think the numbers that we saw this year, that almost 16,000 residents in the town. So obviously, many residents are needing more than services from more than one organization. And I think it's important that that it be continued. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
So two things. One is that by bringing it down to zero doesn't mean that these organizations are going to lose all of their money. They don't get all of their money from us. They get millions of dollars from other organizations, from other foundations, or wherever they get their money from. So we're not talking about all of these organizations losing all of their money. It's just a small portion of it. The other thing is, again, going back to percentages as opposed to dollar figures. When you say, well, we'll give them 2% of the budget, that seems like a really small amount. But I think if the question went out, so should we give them another $250,000? Because that's 2% of the budget. I think you would have gotten quite a few different answers. We've got to talk in terms of dollars. And we've got to, if we're going to be talking to people about and asking what they think about these things, we have to talk in terms of dollars, in both terms of how many dollars are going to which organizations, as well as, and that's going to mean that you're going to be paying this much more in taxes. So I think that if we're going to engage the public, we have to talk to them in a language that they understand. So when people vote on these things, they can look at this question and say, how much? 1%, more than 1%, 2%, nothing? They're going to say, I have no idea. I know that's what I said when I looked at it. I have no idea what kind of money you're talking about. So if you're going to engage the full population, or as many as you can, you got to talk to them in their language. It's got to be money, not percents.
Thank you. Let's hear from Eric and then Nell.
Out, Dick. Left. Don't fall asleep on me. Just a quick comment that I want to make. That Gemma's question kind of brought up to me was why are we doing this? I think it's very simple. I think that by lowering it to zero, it makes the budget look falsely lower. I think we know Brattleboro is a caring community that won't accept zero. Where it'll end up, I don't know. Will it be 1% or 0.75 or 2? I don't know. But it's just a false way of doing it. And keep it where it is. Let the budget be more realistic looking and healthier, and stop, please. I think the reason for lowering it, Gemma, and others that are listening, and you can correct me, Madam Chair, is it certainly makes the budget look a little nicer. That's the reason.
My reason for lowering it is to have it be lower. So there you go. Let's hear from Nell.
Nell Mayo, District 8. Again, a few things. I agree with Jackie that I think people get very confused about the percentage. I think in general it's a confusing process for people at town meeting. I think shifting it to dollars could be a beneficial move. I also think that when we're having discussions about having a lower medium income in our town, having a lot of working class, like the interests of working class and low income people, I do think that people betray their class privilege when they say this is a nice thing to do, this is something we do as a favor. Because I think, honestly, there are taxpayers in this town that are getting a higher investment on their dollars in terms of services they use through this allocation, the same way that we as a town recognize we get a lot more for our $50,000 to the mover than that $50,000. I, again, think that I would echo what Eric just said in terms of realism. What do we think is the best bet? It's already at 1% as opposed to the 2% that was voted on at RTM. If the intention is to mirror what's realistic for RTM, I think that's just preparing ourselves for an inevitable. Doesn't necessarily have to reflect my opinion. I think it should be voted on by the town or by, whoever shows up to vote on that from the town. But I do think that any time that we can have more directly participatory democracy is a benefit, and I think that consolidating power would be a shame. I think that if we are moving to a lower number because we're looking to take that decision away from the town, I think that would be a shame. I think that's a pillar of our government, is the way that we have this direct involvement in democracy. And I also think that, frankly, people have been really upset because they don't feel represented. And so the more votes you get on that, the more actually representative it is.
Let's go to the screen. Let's hear from Robin and then Ken. And I'll let Gemma say one more thing, and that's it. Okay.
Hi. I just wanted to talk about dollars. Okay. So when we talk about this proposed cut, which has already been cut in half, and now you're proposing eliminating altogether, how much money is that going to save the taxpayers? Okay. I really think that it is valid what Eric said about it just makes the budget look nicer. But what is the material impact of this cut on people of the town? So if we're talking about, I think that the current number in the budget is something like $250,000. Okay. So we cut that much from the budget. How much money does that save the average homeowner? I remember from last year's process when we had assistant town manager that we could put these inquiries to, that it was, that was no shade on you, John. Just, I know that there's a lot more work now that it's all just you. So the amount that he said last year that was represented approximately by the allocation that we had last year, which was around 450,000, I think, that represented around $69 for the average value homeowner. It was like $37 per 100,000 of home value, but the average home is somewhere closer to 200. So it came out to about $69 or $70 for the average home value. Now we're looking at an amount that is almost half that. So we're going to be saving people $35 or something a year. That's what you're saving people by making this cut. The average value homeowner is going to see a decrease on their tax bill of about $35 for zeroing out the human service budget. And what services are going to be diminished because of that? I actually am very intimately familiar with what are all the income streams that these organizations have access to, because I was on the committee, and I can tell you that they're all diminished. All of the rest of their income streams are also diminished because of the federal cuts. So this is the worst possible time to withdraw our support. A quarter of the people in this town go to get their food at FoodWorks. And the amount of people who are relying on these services is even higher amongst children. So that's who you're impacting when you zero this out.
Thank you. Ken?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Kent District 8, and can you see me?
You're kind of in
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Anyway, I think it's actually interesting, and not in a good way, that we had the vigil this afternoon for homeless who have died. And now, because a lot of the human services help people on the way to homelessness and who are homeless, perhaps. And to me, 2% last year was, I guess, shirked off as insignificant when it related to an error on the budget. It was a minimal number, and now we have 1% of the budget, and to cut that for needed services for people. I mean, everybody says charity. The people who need who need the services, they're not giving to charity, to the services. It's helping the fellow citizen. And to me, Amanda, that's what Brattleboro helps people. And why not have the town, all of the town, help the people who need the help? Anyway, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Gemma, and then you're the last one, Gemma.
I just want to clarify that my previous question was really just purely a procedural question. I wasn't trying to impugn the process by asking why are we trying to lower the human services budget. I was asking why are we even discussing any numbers at all when it seems to me that it's representative town meeting that has the final say over what the human services budget should be. So if the select board wants to put it at 1%, and then take that to RTM, somebody on the floor is going to get up, and I can tell you that it's going to be me if it's not going to be anybody else, to raise it back to 2%. In fact, last year, I believe, if my memory is correct, I moved that we raised it to 2.2%. So that, again, it was just a purely procedural question. Why are we wasting so much time even talking about a specific number if the select board is not the one that actually sets that number? Thank you.
There's one more person here. I thought it was Ken, but they have the same picture.
Nope, it's far.
Hi there. Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So to Gemma's point just now, and I'm surprised to hear this from what David Miner was just saying. I have plenty of concerns about the reduction of the human services recommendation, but the complete elimination of the question from the agenda for RTM or town meeting or whatever it is that we end up going with, that is even more troubling, because it precludes the option of somebody like Jem or anybody else from actually even addressing this. And it's a continuation, it seems to me, of an arrogation of power on the part of the select board, as happened last year, or maybe it was the year before with the CEVED's budget. Just continuing to take things off of the agenda. They have traditionally been on the agenda at RTM, and just making those decisions entirely within a 5-person board instead of 180 something. person, much more democratic process, and I'm very troubled by that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more comments from the board? Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was going to keep my mouth shut, but I feel compelled a little. Starting up front, acknowledging what I said before, I think this is a reasonable idea to propose. I don't think it's crazy. I'm not offended by it. I feel compelled to respond to the way this is being talked about a little tonight, which is to say the human services budget being where it's at is not an accident, and it is not a charming quirk of Brattleboro being a confused hippie town or something like that. And this is also not a program where we just do nice things for people. This is not a fund where we buy everyone a present on their birthday. This is an intentional effort by the town of Brattleboro and its voters to put money behind things that help people in slightly non-traditional ways for a municipality. And sure, everyone's got their things on the list where they say, yeah, I don't know about that one. Isn't that one based in Putney? Is this really necessary? There are always those questions, but the vast majority of things on that list are local organizations without big budgets, without million-dollar funders, who do things like provide childcare, feed people, and house people. So, like I said, I'm okay in a year of extreme difficulty with the budget of tolerating a reduction. I understand it. It makes sense. But I'm not okay with zeroing it out, and I'm really not okay with the characterization of this sort of ephemeral nice to have, and we don't know quite how we got here. So I'd like to keep it where it is. It would make me feel most comfortable about this being a budget that, even though I have reservations, I'm willing to go to town meeting and fight for and make the case for. And I hope we can see it in the context of a compromise where many things are being reduced. I think probably everyone in this room and at this table is unhappy, which, as we learned from John, is the sign of a successful mediation from our most recent town process. And that gets more difficult for me if this entirely gets the axe. So I understand the impulse. I hope we can restrain ourselves and then maybe win the pitch for $250K at town meeting when the time comes. Thank you.
Amanda, you had a comment?
Yeah.
Nope, go ahead.
I want to concur with what Oscar said. And I also want to note that the town of Brattleboro, in terms of helping our community members with our town budget, does that in some very real ways through the Department of Parks and Recreation, our senior center, our low-cost camps in the summer for working parents, are maybe it's $4 to go to the Brattleboro pool for a resident of Brattleboro. These are all really affordable programs we offer that our taxpayers support. And so to take a compromise for our human service funding, it seems quite reasonable, because in order for us to uphold the municipal services that we have to support our citizens, we're going to have to ask that the independent organizations that are not part of our municipality join with us in a compromise for our taxpayers. Affordable fees, rec and parks, senior center, free. Those are free lunches, or $7 lunch, which, by the way, if you're a senior, go to the senior center because there's lunch and you can hang out. And the library, right? And anybody think of anything else that we offer as a town that's low cost?
We offer curbside recycling, I hear.
That's for a really big cost. That's a big one. Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, Peter, did you want to speak?
I do. I think I do. No? Okay. So here's what I'm hearing. Regardless of the impact that this thing has on the budget, we don't want to remove the $250,000 for some legitimate concerns that it might falsify a number going in. I think people's tolerance for it, at least the folks that I have talked to, is very low. People are fatigued by it. They're stuck on this current budget number of $461,000. But if you can tell me that with that in the budget, that's a budget you can fight for at, well, we removed the position, so where are we now? Poor John, just from the side of his eye. Please don't call him.
It's got to be around 7, let's say.
So it'll be a little bit, it'll be like 7.5, right? So is that a number, is that right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, just throwing out false numbers.
And that's my concern. I'm sorry, are you finished?
No, I'm not. Thank you. If that is something with this number in the budget that we think we can fight for and justify, then I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and I'll rescind my motion. But if you don't think that we can get this number through and convince people of Brattleboro that we've done everything we can, and I believe that we have, then we'll take it to a vote and we'll see where it goes. Yeah.
So, Mike, and that's exactly my concern, because last week we were held to a standard of less than 6%, and lo and behold, John Potter, I don't know how he pulled this rabbit out of a hat, but he did. And Pete had a lot to do with that. And then, we're weighing all these things. My concern is that, if we can't even afford a part-time finance person to make sure that, and everybody screams and yells when there's an error, and these people just want to be able to do their job correctly, right? So we don't have however much money that was, $50,000 for that. That's basic to our town government. And so if we're going to be held to this number, and there's going to be this hue and cry of affordability, and I'm leaving town, and all these sincere, legitimate concerns that the people in this town have on the tax rate, then we have to move the human service budget. And that's all I'm saying. It's like, if we can all live with 6.5% and no human service budget, but I don't want people saying to me, if you put the human service budget back at $250,000 and the budget goes up to 7.5%, and everyone says, oh, the select board's irresponsible because the taxes are too high. That is where we are right now. And it concerns me no end. And so, we have this sword over our head about the tax rate, and it's come to this. So we need to vote. Go ahead.
Let me just answer your question. Yeah, if the budget we've discussed today, all the other changes we've made, if we keep this where it is, I will vote yes on it, and I will, we will be on the same team when we walk into that town meeting, and I will do my best to make what I think is the very reasonable case that, first of all, we've sweated blood over this for a month, and second of all, we've looked everywhere. We've cut everywhere. We have cut in places that I didn't think would happen a month ago. So I think as part of a very difficult compromise, it makes sense. And I think there is a very reasonable chance that we can walk out of town meeting with the human services number where it is, at $250K. And I will happily work with you to try and make that case and make that happen.
All right. I appreciate that.
All right.
Oh, hang on. No. I do kind of want to interrogate everybody.
I'm not really up for being interrogated.
Well, I hate being interrogated, let's just say that. but is that a number that you can fight for and justify?
250,000
to leave
No,
that
the
in
tax rate.
and leave the tax rate where it is.
That's that's a very difficult number, as Liz has articulated.
So, hearing that, I would wonder if we could engage in a conversation about it not being zero, but something being more than zero, but less than 250,000. It's splitting hairs,
So
but
I
I
think-
lost big time, and I had such a way to decrease this budget.
So
Right.
yeah, I know.
And I kind of, I don't mean to get petty, but when I hear hyperbolic statements about sweating blood and tears and all of this stuff, come on, people. We are making budgetary decisions, dollars, for our taxpayers. We can make this decision. It is not fair to go to zero. 250 is maybe higher than we can afford. So what's the next number?
Well, last week we voted down 100. So it
Yes,
can't
you
be-
voted down 100. That was my suggestion. Zero.
Would you let me finish my sentence,
4 to
please, Amanda? Why don't we cut the 250 in half and suggest 125? Because that's not something that we've already voted on.
I don't want to get into a whole let's make a deal thing. And to address some of what is clearly Amanda's frustrations, you were voted down 4-1 for a reason, right? Because we sort of know where this thing might end up, right? You were voted down 4-1 on removing curbside because it wasn't clearly the right thing to do. So those are the reasons you were voted down 4-1, okay? We all respect you wanting to lower the budget. We do. But there's responsible services that you provide for a town. I heard from a myriad of people regarding their curbside service, that they wanted it. A few of them citing if it ups my taxes 2%, I am okay with that if I don't have to start watching tipping fees go up. Because one way or the other, whether it comes off your tax bill or it comes directly out of your checking account every month to a hauler, or the increased footprint on carbon emissions and wear and tear on the roadways, carrying it all out, all very valid arguments, very valid for those people who don't own cars. Really a hardship there, right? So it's all fair and equitable. One person said to me today that I thought municipal taxes were supposed to level the playing field. That made a lot of sense to me. I'd never actually viewed it through that lens before. So those are the reasons you lost 4-1 on those votes. I just want to clear the air on that. Here's the other thing that my offer still stands, right? I don't know that we sit up here and play let's make a deal with the human services budget. Zero. Clearly, we don't have a tolerance for zero. I think if we just start monkeying around, going whatever. So my question is simple: if we think we can march into whatever form of meeting we have in March or April and defend this budget at its current state, then I am happy to rescind my motion.
I am happy to vote yes on the budget that leaves, yes. Would
Vote yes, and as you said before, vigorously.
I will vote yes extremely vigorously. How would you?
A little sweat.
Yeah. It's 10:15. What do we think about a possible?
Let's have this vote.
Okay.
And then I'll have another break.
Well, hang
I
on,
want to
no,
bring
I-
up one other point.
Yep.
One other point. And it's relating to the 2.5 positions that we're adding to the budget with our compost program. I am completely in favor of curbside compost. But we have to really be, we have to look with clear eyes at the fact that we had a workers' compensation, adjustment to our workers' compensation, right? Tax level, whatever, fee structure of $300,000.
Mm-hmm. That's because we were understaffed, is my understanding.
That's because there's something called, it's a, help me out, people, it's an experience mod, right? It means it's based on every 3 years. And John, correct me if I'm wrong. So we're in an experience mod that's very high. We add more employees, we have, there's higher risk. We, with clear eyes as a select board, have to know that we are voting for something that is increasing the risk for our insurance rates. As long as you can defend that as well, great.
So wait a minute. So what you're asking us to do is defend your original proposal to add this into the budget as a way to step the budget back.
Can I point
of order? What I'm
if
saying
that's okay?
is that we were asked by the taxpayers to reduce the budget. We know that staffing is our highest expense. And with this budget, we are adding 2.5 more people. And we're doing it in a high risk, with a high risk skill set, which is this compost. And I know I'm going back to it. I'm going back to it because the people who are going to come to town meeting, they may reject this budget. And we have to, with clear eyes, know that that could happen.
Can I make a quick point of order?
Sure.
I think the reason a vote on a motion is the mechanism in Robert's rules to proceed through a discussion. So I think that is why I completely understand your disappointment, Amanda, but at a certain point, we voted on that exact question. The board made a decision. I think we have to move on to other areas.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, and the question is, do we want to signal Peter that we're content for him to rescind that motion and stay with essentially the budget that's on the table, which is, all the decisions that we've made and keeping $250,000 for human services and having a budget rate increase of 7.5%, and that's what's on the table. And are we good with that, or are we going to take it down to 6.5 and reduce the zero out the human services? That's where we are.
It sounds like there's two different. The way that you're phrasing it is that there are two options, and it's not a yes or no motion. I think we need a motion, and then we can either vote yes or no on it. And if the motion is, and maybe you could restate your motion.
Well, my motion right now is the homework that we get to do live in front of everybody, which often makes this difficult. I have to sort of forget that there are people watching. Is that if we feel with the $250,000 remaining in our town budget for human services, is if we feel that we can defend that number at 7.5%, or whatever the final math is that John puts, but we know it's going to be right around there, percentage, a tenth of a percentage point up or down. If that is something that we feel that we as a board can defend, then I am good to rescind. If it is not, then we can vote it down. It sounds like the direction we're going in. And either way, we wind up right where we are. But my homework on the fly here is to figure out if I don't want to play let's make a deal with the number. I just think that keeps us here until midnight.
So I would suggest that...
I know where Oscar stands. I appreciate that.
I'm not going to say where I stand again. But in these more difficult moments, I think we can fall back to procedure, which is if there's no clear head nods or whatever, we can vote on the motion and then proceed from there. If that's probably the easiest way, I would say.
You're not defending the human service budget because you're not responsible for this.
Okay, people,
But- well, hang
we're
on
going to
now.
have a vote.
All right.
Peter, do you have a motion?
I did have a motion.
You did have a motion. Let's
so-
just repeat it because we're going to vote.
All right. I moved that the allocated amount to the Human Services Fund of $250,000 be reduced to zero.
Okay, Peter's made a motion to reduce the human service allocation of $250,000 to zero. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
That's 3. All select board members not in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say no.
No.
That's 2. Have we finished with?
I've got some more. Where else can we cut? Can we cut anywhere else? Can we cut anywhere else to get to that under 6% that we were promised?
That sounds like a great discussion for after our break.
Fine, let's have a break and come back in 5 minutes. It would be nice if we could wrap up this budget item. FY27 Select Board General Fund Budget.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
Are we planning to vote on the budget as a whole tonight, and do we feel like we have all the changes clearly enough to do that? Or do we need to see, here's the revised draft on Tuesday, and we're approving the official document?
I think, well, let's hear from John. I think it can be done. John, what do you think? You're the keeper of the budget.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the changes that you made tonight. I can incorporate those into the budget that we then put in the town report if you approved it. If not, we can make other changes or whatever you want to do.
But from the select board fulfilling its role to approve the budget, you think it's okay to approve this plus bulleted list of changes versus us having a document in front of us?
Absolutely, because what we could do would be have a motion. Let's say, for example, Peter made a motion to accept the budget, and then instead of as presented, it's as amended, and he brings forward the motions that we just decided on. And so that's a very clear direction of what we just acted on.
Okay.
Peter, would you like to make a motion?
That caused enough trouble.
Not quite, no.
Not quite. All right. I will motion to approve the FY27 general fund budget and capital plan as amended.
And do we need to say what those amendments are, or John, are you clear on them?
I know what they are.
I would love to be reminded of the full list.
I'd also like to propose another action, and I'm not sure if that needs to.
Why don't we let Peter complete his motion, and then you may want to amend it, or you may want another motion. Yes, John.
So my understanding of the 3 changes to the draft budget that you have in your packet is that we will put recycling and compost back in. We will remove the finance half position, and we will take the human services budget to 0.
Was it really just those 3 things?
No, there's one more. It's the rec person.
That
20
was already
hours.
in there, so there's
Oh, that was already in there. Oh, very good.
And
okay.
Can we get, if we're doing this by ear, can we get numbers for those 3?
Yeah.
I I know Pete gave us the exact
I may need
before,
Pete
but
again.
he might be gone.
Nope, he's still there.
Yes,
He's
please.
not gone.
577,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
577, 682.
Okay, so plus, and then,
And then minus 20, I believe it's 29,000.
Minus 29 for the
Just check that.
half-time finance
Yes,
director.
29,000.
and then minus, is it exactly 250?
No, it's, thank you. So,
Okay.
Okay. So, Peter, did you want to actually make that motion in all its glory details?
All right, so.
To approve the FY?
Yeah, I'm gonna approve to, can I see the wording on it again? I'm sorry. Is it, oh, I probably have it.
yeah, you do.
All right, sorry. To approve the FY '27 general fund budget and capital plan as amendment, and those amendments are to add back in the two streams of recycling and compost to our solid waste program. And do I need to include those numbers or not?
No, but I can give you a total number if you would like. Plus 26,719,366. 27,018,335.
What John said. And I also, all right, so we don't need to do the park and recs. Also made the motion, no, so, all right, now I'm confused.
You're just reading off the bulleted list of the three changes, I think.
All right, so to remove the part-time financial person and to move the amount allocated to the Human Services Fund budget of $250,000 to zero.
Great. Peter's made a motion. And it is to approve the FY general fund budget and capital plan as presented, to return recycling and compost to the FY '27 budget, to remove the part-time finance director from the FY '27 budget, and to remove the human service funding from the FY '27 budget. So that's the motion on the table. Peter, do you want to speak to it?
No, I'm literally, I'm
talked out.
I'm a little talked out. I don't. There's some aspects of it I feel okay about. There's other aspects that I don't feel okay about.
And Oscar says that's the sign of a good.
I guess that can apply pretty broadly.
What was that? What it?
That in a mediation, if both sides are unhappy, that's a signal of a good mediation.
Right. Well, I think for these conversations, I was hoping that it would go in another direction, but it didn't. So here we are.
All righty. Amanda, did you have an amendment?
I have a question.
You have a question?
Yeah, for John.
For John.
When he's ready.
John, you're being
He's in the middle.
interrogated.
He's
right
working.
now. I'm talking while he's calculating.
He's in the middle of something. I'll give him a minute.
Can I make a brief?
Okay. I'm coming in at 6.2 right now.
Okay.
I will have to double check that.
That's because of that. Yeah. Okay.
Because of what?
It's because of the zeroed out for human
Yeah.
services. It came out at 6.2.
Did you?
So I have a question for you, John. How much money could we save if we closed the municipal center for 1 day per week?
That might cost us more, Amanda. The heat is, we got to keep the building heated. I don't know. Yeah, I would have no idea what that would save us, but it could likely cost us more.
Cost us more because we're heating the building and people aren't doing the work in it? I mean,
Well, I'm not sure.
You,
I'm not
you
sure
said
what
heating. You identified heating.
Yeah. So,
I'm thinking about staff time.
Oh, so what's the? Then I don't understand your proposal.
I mean, what if we only operated the staff within the municipal center for 4 days a week rather than 5? Would there be cost savings?
And you're saying reduce people's hours from below 37 and a half, or have 4 10-hour days, or what is the proposal?
That would be a reduction in hours per week. Are we
that would be something I'd have to calculate.
okay?
And other things to consider with this is, union wages, and you're really considering cutting the wages and hours of the staff people who work in this building.
In this building, yeah. So that's one union. Yeah.
The work wouldn't go away, so I mean, I don't know. It would have to be loaded up on those other days, so you probably end up with 4 days of longer hours, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I'm just throwing things at the wall here.
It's something we could look at for the next cycle if you want. But
is there anything else? Is there anything else we could potentially cut out of the budget that you could look at that we didn't get to? I really think that the zeroing out of human services is not a realistic. To say that the number is 6.2 now is it's not. It's going to go to town meeting and it's likely going to change. I predict. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. So, is there anything else?
I don't know. If there's an area, a service that you think we're providing that we shouldn't do or should do less of, we can try to figure that out. But it would be, I don't know what that would be. I would need a suggestion.
Man.
Yes.
Well, I don't see that I'm not so sure how feasible this suggestion is that you suggested, Amanda. I just want to appreciate the fact that even though I disagree with you on the curbside pickup, I appreciate that you have really stood your ground on this and you've turned over a lot of stones. And I appreciate, and as I said in a previous meeting, like I'm open to continuing these conversations, and I appreciate your willingness to think about how do we save money and how do we get this tax increase reduced. So I just wanted to say that, and I don't. You were talking a little bit about how these votes 4-1, and why, and I'm not sure that was. I would quite phrase it the same way. I don't remember quite what you said, but I just want to say for the record, like I think there's real value in having you're bringing a different perspective than to the board, and just really want to appreciate that, because it does take a certain amount of stamina and perseverance and courage to stand up there or sit up here and be the sole voice for a position, and it gets us to think about. We've done work that we wouldn't have done, I don't think, if you hadn't taken this position last spring.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Isaac. So I still think we need to leave this room with possibly more cuts. So I'm going to throw it back to you, Chair. You recommended 3 cuts to capital at the last meeting. Is there one of those that you would entertain?
I did not.
And you proposed 10% off of the 3 capital
and
items.
I was told that I was dishonest in doing so, and I don't believe that I was. Are you now saying that it is an honest perspective.
No, I'm just looking for something that our taxpayers can afford. And so if there's one item, for example, maybe we cannot, and Oscar's going to get upset with me, but not put and Kate's going to get upset with me too, the 44,000 added back to capital for the fire truck reserve. Is anyone willing to?
We've beaten that horse.
And we said in that meeting when we talked about it, don't worry, we're putting that money back in 2 weeks. I can't go with you on this one.
I trust that John Potter has examined this budget to a fairly well. And when we've sincerely interrogated him to find any more savings, he has thoroughly done so, as have each of us in our own analysis. And I can appreciate you asking the question all day long, but I don't think that there's going to be an answer.
And to be fair, there have been things in this budget tonight that John told us he really needed, like that finance position. And we said
no.
We know best. We're not going to do it, and we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I think the tree has been thoroughly shaken.
I'm not so sure, Oscar.
Excellent.
What are you saying, Isaac?
I think that there are some areas where we could look. This isn't easy, but I also don't think it's easy to have a 6.2 or 7.7% increase. In a meeting, I've lost track of the dates. Today, Thursday?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so last week on Tuesday, I had made a suggestion that we decrease the three of the five largest departments that had seen personnel growth in recent years, that we decreased those by 5%. I don't think we got 3 head nods on that. But I think we could go back to, okay, we've looked at the new, we basically said no to the new full-time positions in this budget. We've said no to new positions. The thing that I would look at next would be at where are there vacant positions, particularly in departments that have seen recent personnel growth. That's where I would inquire next.
Can we discuss that, Isaac? So what you're saying is essentially the same thing that we talked about last spring, which is a hiring freeze.
No.
If a position is vacant, that doesn't mean that it's not necessary. We've discussed the fact that we're not hiring the IT coordinator, even though we really need one because, and the assistant town manager and all these other positions, because we've made a budgetary decision. But a vacant position is something entirely different. A vacant position could occur from a multitude of reasons, but that doesn't mean that the department has decided it doesn't need that position. And it doesn't mean that the town manager has decided that we don't need that position. It just means for one reason or another, it is not presently filled. So that is not a budgetary question. That's a personnel question. And it's just a completely different kettle of fish from what the select board is supposed to be determining, which is really a policy question. And, last Thursday, as opposed to last Tuesday, we had Oscar's motion to cut across the board 3%, and that was modified to 3% for the large departments and 1.5% for the small departments. And we all saw that play out in a very dramatic fashion, and that suggestion was rescinded in favor of the statement to John to get the budget down below 6%. And gosh, aren't we close now? And so I don't know what to say but I do believe that that was a response to part of Isaac's question. So Isaac has the floor. Do you have more things you want to suggest?
Oh. Yeah. That there could be a reduction in a position or reduction in employee hours in larger departments that wouldn't eliminate an entire program or service. So I think that's where we've agreed as a board that we don't want, at least the majority have said we don't want to eliminate entire service like curbside recycling and compost pickup, right? So maybe there could be a reduction in service without further reduction in service without getting rid of an entire service.
Could I reply briefly?
Sure.
Just in the interests of mercy to everyone in this room, I'm going to suggest a bit of a short circuit here, which is to concede that I think I don't quite, I am outmatched in hunger for budget cuts by Isaac and Amanda. I'm happy to concede that. But in the interest of it, I guess, what is it, 11:45? My feeling is that there are not 3 head nods for exploring more staff reductions in this budget. And that if that is not the case, I have 20 seconds I would like to say about the budget as a whole before I vote. I obviously have some concerns, but what's on paper here at this hour, at this date, I'm not really interested in making major changes to. So if there are 3 of us who feel that way and are willing to accept that responsibility, I think we could move to a vote.
Great. So Oscar has basically called the question.
Kinda.
And
That's my
so I think that we should respect that. And Peter made a motion. And Peter's motion was to approve the FY General Fund Budget and Capital Plan as amended, which consists of adding back recycling and compost, removing the part-time finance director, and zeroing out the human service budget. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
As much as I hate to suggest it, I think we should give the public one more chance before we make the big vote.
No, nothing we're going to say is going to change anything.
There's a hand up, so I'm mentioning it.
Really?
Kate.
I'm not going to convince you guys to not do anything with the budget, whatever. It just disturbs me as a person that you're actually voting on this right now when you're actually not holding it in your hand and you're guessing, oh, it might be 7.7, it might be 6.2. When I was on the select board, when we were at this point where we all agreed on this is what the budget is, we said, okay, town manager, take it back, put it in a form, we'll come back at another meeting, take 5 minutes and approve it. I'm not asking you to change it or anything right now. I'm just disturbed that you guys are actually voting on something when you're guessing what it is. That's just what's bugging me. I'm not asking you to do anything, change anything. This whole process has irritated the heck out of me, and now I feel like I've been pushed to the top because this is not how a select board does it, or it does now, but it didn't in the entire 6 years. Just agree that this is what you want. Tell the town manager to come back with it and have a special meeting, do it on Tuesday, and take 5 minutes to look at that pretty little package as opposed to these little napkins and pieces of paper you got going on here. Sorry for being so frenzied, but I'm just frustrated as I'll get out watching what's happening. Thank you, and I do appreciate all your work.
Didn't sound frenzied. Sounded logical.
I have a question too, since we're still discussing. Say for example, we I move to put an article on the ballot to ask the taxpayers if they want to pay for the curbside compost program. Would that be a discussion to happen right now with approving or disapproving the budget, or for the articles? Like, would we need to approve the budget and then also put in an article, or more input is needed? So,
John, can you answer that question, please?
I think it would be germane to your next conversation. However, so if you were to approve the budget tonight, then you would want to maybe have that conversation first. If instead you wanted to do like what Kate O'Connor suggested and pick this up again next week, then the order wouldn't, then the order wouldn't be as concerning.
Amanda, can I just make a suggestion? Which would be that if you were thinking about taking the compost program, which is additional commitment for the town in a way, that be something that be put to town meeting rather than thinking of it as an Australian ballot.
rather than thinking of it as an advisory article, you're saying?
Yeah, allow if you really want the town meeting to discuss it, or if you want more input on the compost program, that you put it to town meeting, or that be the proposal.
Sounds good.
May I, if we're about to vote, may I make a 2-sentence comment?
Sure.
I just want to, enter into the record that I've put too much work into this budget, and I think there are too many good decisions in here for me to vote no on it. So I'm going to vote yes on it. You've heard my concerns about the human services part, and I'm saddened that we couldn't find that compromise. But for the people watching, that's why in a minute I'm going to vote yes. And maybe for Kate, I don't know, maybe I just have more tolerance for scrappiness at 11 p.m., but we've done it this way. This is how it happens at town meeting, right? It's amended on the floor. Somebody goes off into a corner with a pad of paper. At this point, I can tolerate it.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor.
How about I interrupt? Yeah.
Go right ahead.
All right. Kate, thank you for that. But I think, Oscar makes a good point. I do want to say that I just want to reiterate that I was hoping the exercise for the human services budget would go in a different direction. It did not. And I fully expect that when we get to our town meeting, I suspect there will be some resistance to that number, and I will discuss it as full-throated as they do. I'm in support of helping those in need, and as I said, I feel strongly about just saying that this was an exercise, and I'm willing to see it put out. But if we get to town meeting and they decide to re-enter that number into the budget, then it will have the support that I am looking for, which is a majority of the people. And if it does not, then I will also defend that.
All right. So once again, let me say, we have a motion on the table.
It's a good one.
Peter's made a motion. And I'm going to repeat it one more time, and then we're going to vote. All right. To approve the FY27 general fund budget and capital plan as amended to include recycling and compost at $577,000 and $683, to remove the part-time finance clerk at $29,000, and to remove the human service budget allocation of $249,713, which brings the budget to a total of $27,018,335. Oh, and select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All select board members not in favor, please raise your hand and say no.
Nay.
No.
Okay, that's Amanda and Isaac voting no. I would like to congratulate us for bringing the conversation to a conclusion and move to the next item. And this draft warning for annual town meeting, representative town meeting must continue this evening? Must it?
What's that?
Must we continue this evening?
Well, so we're just presenting this so that you could see it, and if you wanted to suggest any changes for next Tuesday, we would love to know them now so that we could make
Great.
those changes and bring it back. It has to be warned next Tuesday.
And then, due to the lateness of the hour, does the finance report need to be discussed tonight, or could it be discussed on Tuesday? Do we have a full meeting on Tuesday?
We have a very full meeting next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to table it for,
I just really don't want to be hearing any more numbers after 11 o'clock at night.
I agree with you, Liz.
I mean, even a full meeting, we still could be getting it to it earlier than 11 p.m. on Tuesday.
I would agree. So, Amanda, are you concur?
Yes, I concur.
Pete?
I want to do it tonight.
Sure.
But can we?
Let's talk about the warning.
Okay, great.
All right, John.
Yes.
Tell us about the warning.
Well, so there are two draft warnings in your backup materials. One is for the annual town meeting, the ballot, and the other is for representative town meeting. Can I say, the annual town meeting warrant has 4 articles in it. One is regarding town officers and what we know to be the current vacancies there. The second article is the one that the board voted to put on the ballot at your meeting of December 2nd, and that is whether the voters should discontinue the representative form of annual meeting. And then the last 2 articles are the 2 charter petition articles that citizens brought to you and must be placed on this ballot. The one on Australian ballot and the other on open town meeting. So that is the annual town meeting warrant. Are there any changes in that the board would like to entertain?
I would just suggest you clarify for the public that there will be public hearings associated with each of the petitions and when that will occur.
So the first one is your meeting next Tuesday. So that will take up a probably pretty good amount of your meeting next week, and that will be the first thing on the agenda.
My only question on this one, I know we're sort of limited by petitions, but it seems like this language is a little, can Article 4, the first sentence, also say in the event that the vote on Article 2 is in the affirmative instead of that sort of different version of that first sentence, or are we stuck?
Oscar, let's ask Hannah.
That's what the petition said, and you can't make anything other than technical edits.
Okay, and that would exceed the bounds of technical edit, saying instead of it's discontinued, saying if the vote on Article 2 is in the affirmative. And it's not a big deal, but
I think it can't be changed.
Hannah looks skeptical.
I understand what you're saying, that it might be confusing. I think you could possibly make that correction as a technical edit so that the 2 petitions match, so that it's clear. But I mean, that petition was brought as if it's discontinued. It
Right.
wasn't sort of contingent on another The reason that the first one is phrased differently is because that one originally had the question that you
Right.
pulled out as its first article.
I'm not going to fight for it, but
And so you know, like, that was on the advice of
Pardon me?
town.
Does anyone else have any comments on the warnings for annual town meeting, election day, March 3rd, 2026?
no.
No, do we need to move to approve them, or
No.
just?
No, you'll do
by-
that. You'll do that next
Yep,
week.
okay, great.
All right, then.
I'll just make a comment for the record that maybe it's because it's 11 o'clock at night, but I find this language if the vote on this Article 3 is in the affirmative, Article 2, Section 3 shall be added. It's not very reader friendly, and I'm thinking about if we have to have this legal language.
You have to have that language in there.
Then let's all do our best, and I think some of us already are doing this, to really try to explain this in an unbiased way to our fellow residents of
You are
Brattleboro.
also required to have 2 public information sessions to explain it to the voters.
Great.
There's, and as Randy was trying to say earlier, this motion was written on the advice of town council.
And that provision specifically at the end, those were both actually drafted by myself and presented to the petitioners for their approval, and they've approved that language because you are required to specifically state the additions or edits to the charter that you are making along with the petition.
Excellent.
All right, if we've dispensed with the first, the next one is annual representative town meeting, March 21st, 2026, and March 22nd, 2026, if necessary. First, we have, John, do we need to read all these? Or what's
No, I mean, I can quickly explain it if you want.
That would be great.
So, one of the things in this draft that's a little different is Article 1 is consolidation of 3 articles that typically have been on the warrant for representative town meeting. You can split those out again if you want. The town attorney said that it's, for speeding up the meeting, it's perfectly fine to do all 3, and certainly anyone on the floor at town meeting could separate them again, or propose to separate them if they wanted. Kind of procedural. Then some of these things are just typical of what you've had on representative town meeting warning in the past, the mountain home and the downtown improvement district. Then you have the 3 exemptions that you discussed this evening were on here speculatively in case you approved them. And now you have authorized to put those on. Article 8 is your typical budget article.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
That'll have a number in it when the time comes?
Yes,
right? Okay.
yes. The motion will have
right.
the number in it. And so there are a couple other articles that are more or less consolidated into this Article 8, and that is things like in the past there have been separate articles for like select board salaries. There's been a separate article for human services spending, and the thought was to do that all in Article 8. The same conversations are likely to happen, but they would be done in the context of the whole budget rather than as separate discussions on a warrant. Then the rest of them are all appointments that are typically made at town meeting, and they did not make sense to consolidate or to speed up the meeting anyways. So this was really, I think over a few years in conversations with the town moderator and the town attorney, the feedback that we've heard is what can be done to not have such a long meeting at town meeting, and so I think we've seen a gradual kind of streamlining of that and trying to make that more efficient. So that's the general thought behind this draft, but whatever, any changes you want to.
And I know the town moderator has sort of reordered things as well to suit his logic. So does the select board want to comment on these motions, and then I'll open it to the public?
Briefly. I would have said that I would prefer to see human services as its own article, as it's always been done. That's moot now. And I kind of would have said we should bring back the recommend a number thing, but it doesn't really seem to have much force, so I'm fine with that, I guess. And then everything else on here seems like a logical consolidation, and I'm fine with it.
Anyone else on the board want to speak to these motions? Articles.
I'm keen to hear from the public, and especially if the chair of the Human Services Committee cares to comment.
I'm keen to hear from the public as well. Gemma first.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would just like to strongly suggest that the Select Board separate out the Human Services budget as a separate article in the interests of getting the rest of the budget passed. The Human Services budget is obviously going to be the most contentious issue, and I don't think we should let that get in the way of the rest of the budget. The second item, which is actually the first item, is I'm a little confused as to what happens if Article 2, discontinuing representative form of town meeting, is approved, and yet Article 3 and Article 4 are both voted down. Thank you.
Or if they're both voted up, which is also possible. Yep.
Hannah, would you tell us, please, the oracle?
So just to restate Gemma's question to make sure I have it correct, if Article 2, the discontinuance of RTM, goes through, meaning no more RTM, and both of the petitions do not go through, is that, then we would default to open town meeting under state law, and every other provision in the charter other than those pertaining to RTM remains in effect. So everything that we've already decided to vote on by Australian ballot, like the election of officers, will still be by Australian ballot, but anything that's currently done by RTM will default into open town meeting until the town votes to go to Australian ballot or go back to some other representative form of government.
Let me just make sure I understood you. So the first vote, RTM up and down. If it's down, then it's over and it defaults to open town meeting.
I think it's just easier to say, like, if the RTM stays, the petitions are moot because they conflict.
They're dependent upon
it. They can't go through unless we discontinue RTM. RTM goes away. Neither, both, or one or the other of the petitions could pass. And they would go to the legislature and they would decide what to approve.
But in the meantime,
we would default to
we would have an open town meeting.
Correct.
Okay, great. All right. More public comment. Kate and then Randy.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just want to point out that there are actually two articles that are no longer on the warning that always were. One was to accept the audit, and two was to hire a certified public accountant. From my work on the Charter Revision Commission, I know why those aren't, they're done in other mechanisms. So I understand that, but and I might get gonged, but I just want to be assured that we will have an audit done that will be included for representative town meeting, because per state statute, there has to be an audit done and it has to be in the annual report. So I'm hoping that those are just not there. Those have been gone because of the technical reasons, not because we're not going to have an audit. So are we going to have an audit?
John, you want to answer that, please?
I was going to report to the board on the audit saga next Tuesday. I have a draft memo from Bonnie Batchelder on that. Right now, we've had a lot of difficulty trying to find somebody to respond to several RFPs that we put out. We may have to, we will report numbers in the town report, but they will be unaudited numbers, and we'll have to complete the audit when auditors are freed up from all the other work that they have. And so that's kind of where we're at. That was the news I was going to bring you next Tuesday.
And also next Tuesday, we have a plan to meet with the state auditor, and they may be able to shed some light on our audit situation. But basically, if I remember correctly, what the town is doing is kind of a pre-audit statement that would make it easy for an auditor, if we could find one, to review. But that the law, like there is law about what to do when you don't have an audit. And could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, we'll meet the statutory obligations. Correct, Hannah?
We will meet the statutory obligations as best we can. There are provisions for if you do not have an appointed or elected auditor. And it's basically what John said, which is that it's just presented with a disclaimer that it has not been fully audited or it's unofficial. And the reason it is also not included in the warning is there's no requirement to act on the audit. It is for informational purposes for the voters.
There you have it. All right, Randy.
First question on that note. So when will that booklet be available so we know if we had a deficit or not, or where we were at on the last year's budget? Second question is, do all these articles just transfer to open town meeting if that's what we have?
We learned this evening, or at least I did, that depending on the outcome of the vote, if RTM goes away and open town meeting is established, then that we would have to reconvene and re-warn these articles for this distinct, different meeting.
Okay, that's what I was reading, so I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Now,
yeah, I mean, it should be hopefully done in the next 3 weeks or so and be available well in advance of town meeting.
It's required by law to be available 10 days before the vote.
No.
Nell Mayo, District 8. So I'm curious because I've read that the state statute is that Vermont state law allows for human service allocations to be voted on as a separate article or part of the budget. So I'm curious who makes that call, if that's under your guys' purview. And if that is, because I had been asking Hannah questions at the break, and my understanding was that it was said that they do have to be voted on at town meeting, but I am now assuming that that could just be done as a budget line, the way all the other budget lines are voted on.
Yep.
Okay. I would personally ask and advocate for that also being sliced out in a separate article. I understand it's controversial. I understand people get tired about the time with it. I think you're going to have an angry crowd either way. And I do think if people want to change the process, that's all well and good. I don't think it should be done. I think it should be done going forward, not retroactively. I think it's against the spirit that we promote through the structure of having a town meeting-based government. I really do think that any consolidation of power and anything that actually diminishes participation, direct participation, voting as direct as we can get it. I understand not to take the one person, one votes slogan, but you're seeing more direct participation than you do in so many other forms of government at town meeting. And I think it would be a shame to diminish that level of participation and ability to have those conversations. I don't see how the town is going to get over it without talking to each other.
Thank you. David, did you?
David Minor, District 7, Chair of the Human Services Committee. Just a couple of things. The only Human Services article is to elect members for next year. I'm not sure what you think the members are going to do. I think, somehow there needs to be a definition of what is expected. Our normal process is, beginning in October to ask for applications. So I guess the big question is what are they applying for? Our Human Services is an RTM committee. But we need to figure out, what's up. The question about whether or not the floor an RTM or town meeting, I guess, can change the allocation amount. You've zeroed it out. If they can increase it, that would come up in Article 8. And you can argue about line items in the budget under Article 8, and specifically change line items in Article 8.
You can't change line items. You could.
Then what you're saying is they can't change. Then you zeroed it out. They can't change it. Is that what you're saying?
The only option is to vote the budget down.
Well, no. So there could be a conversation under Article 8 to put an amount back in with an advisory to the select board that it be for a specific purpose, like human services.
So we put the $250,000 back in, and you could spend it however you wish.
Yes,
but I think generally speaking, those advisories
that's
are
not correct.
respected.
If there's a vote to allocate funds for social services, that's a binding vote.
even if it happens in the midst of the general budget article.
If it's voted separately to allocate funds for social service, that is a binding vote.
But so, at the moment, we don't have a separate article. If, as part of Article 8, somebody says, I amend this up by $500,000 and I want this to be spent on human services funding, is that binding?
I'm happy to do some more research on that, but the allocation of the social service funding is separate from the general budget if it's voted that way.
So, excuse me, are you recommending then that it should be a separate article?
I'm not recommending anything. I'm just stating what the law says, which is that if the town votes to allocate funds for a specific purpose under that statute, that can't be just lumped in with the general fund. That the town has to spend that money that way.
So well, I think we're all thoroughly confused now.
No, I think I got this.
Yeah,
I think so. I think so. So if we were to add an article in, specifically talking about the Human Services Fund, okay? The only part that I need some clarification on is how, and it just goes to something Gemma just mentioned, how does that keep this out of the general approval of the overall budget? Because if I'm understanding this right, so we add in Article X, and it says, here we're going to discuss either keeping it at zero or raising it back up to the $250,000 because that's where we want it. It gets the votes, but is it an afterthought? Like, so now John has to go back and say, well, we just added X back into our budget that we have to pay.
Well, I think that's why it's been done the way it's been done, is to sort of give some sort of sense of where your budget's going to be ahead of time, which is why there's sort of been that like recommendation for the next year and stuff like that. But if it's voted on as part of the general budget, that's one thing. But if it's voted on separately, it's binding.
Okay.
So right now, it's part of the general budget. So we vote on the general budget, And is that it?
I'm sorry, it's 11:15. I'm happy to put a memo together for you for Tuesday.
Great. Well, I think then, let's just hear from Andy and.
I mean, we can hear from Andy, but I'm not quite done litigating this.
Oh, well, go right ahead.
All right. So I think, gotta think a lot about this, but I believe that this amount of money should be decided on at town meeting. It's where I was sort of hoping to get to here. So if town meeting decides they want to put it in, whatever form of government that is, then I can defend that. And I know how much it gets bandied around that day, and it can get contentious, but it'll be that conversation that decides that day. But I would like to see it not be a part of our overall budget. Right now, we're walking in with a 6.2 budget. That's what I'd like to get approved. If representative town meeting then wants to add money back in for human services, then I'm comfortable walking that line. I'm not sure I said that correctly.
I think I agree. And I think what you're describing is an article before or after 8 that says something like, to see if the town will raise money for human services, et cetera.
Whatever
with the default at 0, because that's what we voted for. It does have the benefit of keeping that conversation out of the other conversation, like this conversation where we know there's going to be. So that makes sense to me. It does. I can't not say that this kind of becomes a bit of a Twilight Zone farce in that we ask town meeting what the number should be in the spring so that the committee would know what they were splitting up, so that we would know what we were doing. Now we've taken the number, we've put it to 0, and we're going back to town meeting so they can tell us again. It's fun. It's fine, but it's very, very strange, and I feel like it didn't need to be this way. But does the article I'm describing feel like it meets the moment of what you'd like to achieve at town meeting? How you'd like to structure it?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Okay. I think it works for me.
But I disagree, because I think, over the years, and as Millicent pointed out, the number's gone from 100,000 now to $500,000, and it just. And the interesting thing that you also said, though, is it's not any town spending; it's all town spending, like insurance increases and all these other factors that you don't necessarily think of in terms, because it's the overall budget. It's and so we need to have a number, not a percentage, for sure. But as I'd like to hear what Andy has to say, but what he's said in the past is that he really thinks that this is such a contentious issue that the select board needs to take it back and present a number that is tied to our budget this year. And so what we have now and what we're scraping together is this bare-boned budget that we're barely comfortable with. And then we're gonna release to town meeting a number that has really no bearing to our responsibility as budgeters. I can't conscience that. I don't think that that's right. I think that the select board needs to take back number. And we can pick another number besides zero, but we should be in charge of what our budget, our taxpayers can bear. And your proposal doesn't do that. We're giving up control of that number. And in such a year where we're contesting every dollar, we're contesting every, $20,000 position, I think it's our responsibility to have control of that number.
All right, can a number be put into that article?
Yes.
Well, we just voted on this. We just put it to zero.
And if you, we could say the town of Brattleboro article blah, blah, blah says the human service number should be zero. Or we could say the human service number should be 250. Or we could say the human service number should be anywhere in between. But we should be the ones responsible because we have the power of the purse. And we have the power to set this budget. And to just throw up our hands on this one thing and say, have at it, I don't think is responsible select board work.
But Liz, shouldn't we at least briefly acknowledge that we don't have final authority over this budget? We prepare it, we take it to town meeting approves it. They approve it. I think there's been an amendment every year, whether it's in the human services or otherwise. I don't want us to try to assert control over something where we don't actually have the final say.
Actually, every year we do suggest a number.
I know that, yes.
Okay, so, but what people are saying, and all the people who came to talk to Peter, and all the people who I've talked to, and everybody, they'll say,
Maybe not everybody.
many people who've, Andy Davis spoke to me, he's waiting patiently to speak now. We need to take that number back.
I'm not fighting you on the number. We had a vote. It didn't go my way. The number is zero in the budget. I'm just saying it's town meeting's decision. That's something I personally feel strongly about. I don't want us try to assert control we don't have. And I don't want us to try to avoid a fight that we know is going to happen we know it's going to happen. Let's have it in a separate article so it's at least a clean conversation. We can talk about the budget separately, and then the inevitable wrangling over human services can happen, and we can all...
I think the select board needs to assert as much control as we can because it's gotten out of hand. And I think that we have a responsibility to the taxpayers to not give this number up to RTM. And I think we need to control as much as we can a reasonable number so that we're not being reckless with our budget that we're so carefully scrutinizing now.
Well, I'm happy to tap out here, but...
I'd like to hear from Andy because he's been waiting patiently.
Hello, hello. It's just as late at my house as it is there, so thank you for bearing with it. I have followed this budget situation, and I have been a member of RTM for many years. There was a time, and I did the analysis, a far simpler time in the past when the number suggested by the select board was parsed over. The Human Service Review Committee did the allocation. We did that to save time and not argue about individual allocations. But sometime around COVID, there was a movement but from the floor of RTM to raise this number. And I think it's put a bit of a target on RTM. And one of my main concerns here is personally saving RTM, which I think is an extremely valuable form of government, unique to Brattleboro, perhaps. But to get back to the human services, I have tried to be a voice here as I watched department heads try to save positions, services that they provide, and there have been really hard questions. And the human services budget, the way we've done it in the past, has not had that scrutiny. We have a committee looking at it, and I think the committee does amazing work, and it tries to do what RTM has asked it to do. But I have been trying to, in my own mind, conceive of a way that is more focused toward the goals that this town is trying to achieve. We're not the only town that takes tax money and allocates it to some nonprofits to accomplish goals that are widely agreed upon. There's a consensus in the town that we should do that. I did not see this zero funding coming down the line, and I'm here trying to reset my whole thing. I'm afraid that what will happen if you don't have the separate article, and I've been arguing against the separate article and saying put human services through the same scrutiny as you're putting the library, the rec department, public works, and really try to focus it for the maximum value of the town as a whole. But by moving it to zero, what you've done is, if we have RTM, the only recourse for people that want to restore human services is just to raise the overall budget. And to put $200,000 back into the budget, it won't be binding if you don't have a separate article. That is my understanding. We can only designate it for human services if it's in a separate article. If you take away the separate article, it's no different than saying you're not spending enough on sidewalks. We want to put $100,000 back in for sidewalks, and then you have to decide whether to spend it on that. But it would require you to raise the taxes to raise that $200,000 if there was a strong enough floor vote to do that and say, we want you to spend this on the allocations that were worked out by the Human Service Review. But that's the corner that we're being painted in. I was hoping there would be more of a compromise and that a number would come out of this and we could start moving the town over the next few years to more of a collaborative thing between town meeting and the select board. But by going to zero, you've thrown a bit of a gauntlet down, and I'm afraid it will not be an easy town meeting, whatever form we end up with, because there's a strong, strong movement in this town that we have some amount of human service spending to accomplish things that need to be accomplished in this town that the town itself, town government, is not capable of solving or alleviating. So that's all I have to say, as quick as I can say it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Andy. Nell and Gemma?
I think, as Oscar said, there's going to be a fight either way. I'm not speaking that this process can't be changed. I think there are many ways that could make it more productive. But people thought they made a vote last year. They're going to be upset that it's been completely thrown out the window. They're going to fight about it, whether it's in a separate article or the overall budget. I think that you can only pick one argument, because something we see Peter come here a lot is say, I'm elected to represent voices. Here's a bunch of voices I'm saying. What you guys are saying by not providing a separate article is, we don't want to hear what you have to think. Everybody here is a member of the town. That's the whole purpose of town meeting. It is to allow people to represent the will of the town, whatever that is. I'm not even making an opinion myself on what the funding should be, but I think it's really antithetical to the spirit. I think it's a bad sign when we have elected people who are meant to be public servants, who are meant to be representatives of their constituents, saying, I think we need to assert as much power as we can because it's gotten out of control. Because the will of the people has gotten out of control. People are mad that it's 150 people voting and not the whole town. Okay, whatever method of voting we have, fantastic, so long as it's representative of the majority of the people who are willing to show up to vote, but allow them to have the conversation, allow them to have their voice heard, because what is the point of advocating for democracy if not literally that? Thank you.
Gemma?
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would just like to reiterate that the entire point of breaking out the Human Services budget into a separate article is to let the Select Board off the hook. It's not to hold Select Board even more accountable. It's to say, you go pass a budget, we'll worry about how much money we want to put into Human Services, and the town will vote upon it, okay? The other thing is that I still feel that I need a little more clarity, and let me just bring this up quickly, on the first draft warning, which is to say that Article 4 says, in the event that representative town meeting is discontinued, shall the town vote on all budget articles and public questions by open town meeting. Now, if Article 3 gets voted down, or if Article 2 gets voted up, Article 3 gets voted down, and then we then default to open town meeting, why is Article 4 even necessary in the first place? Because it's saying exactly what we would default to in the first place. I'm not seeing this.
You're not alone, Gemma, but they got the signature, so it's on the ballot. Randy, did you have a comment?
Yeah. I just want to say, all this is true, but the other fact is it's a completely different board that's going to have to deal with this. Because there's only two that we know for sure are still going to be here. So think about what you're leaving, and does it matter?
We'll all still be here through whatever town meeting we have.
No, I'm talking about after that's done, the next board will have to allocate it.
Ken Fay.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. The one point I'd try to make, or I'd like to make, is that currently RTM, the 150 people decide more or less the human services. And, to me, that's preferable to 6 people determining what the human services are from a democratic point of view. 150 minds are better than 6 minds. That's it. Thanks.
Just want to remind you that there are only 5 select board members. Kate?
I just want to take 2 seconds to answer Gemma's question about Article 4, and maybe to clear it up. The first article about getting rid of or discontinuing representative town meeting is not a charter change question. It's just a question that's required statutorily. Articles 3 and 4, or whatever it is, about open town meeting, Australian ballot, are charter changes. If that helps.
Okay, so Article 4 can go into effect even if Article 2 is voted down, because it's a charter change and it's just in the event that RTM in the
Can we not go fully
Excuse
down this
me?
rabbit hole?
I just...
I doubt it.
I just can't. All right, so where are we? We are discussing the articles for annual representative town meeting, and we are discussing whether or not to have a separate article for human services. And I understand that's where we are.
Let me make a motion. How about that?
That'd be great.
I move to add an article, what do we think, before or after 8? We want to vote on the budget or human services first?
I definitely would like to vote on the budget first if we're going to do this.
So I propose to add a new Article 9 after Article 8 that says to see how much money the town will raise for the purposes of, should we let John write it?
I know it. I think
Okay.
I know.
But I think it should be before the budget because it will change the budget.
That's
That's how it
reasonable.
was done last year.
It has to be before the budget.
That's fine with me. Okay, so John, a new Article 7 that's to see what the amount is with a motion
Now,
saying
are
0.
we
I guess is the-
recommending, and I think we can,
I think we need to. I think we do need to place a number in there.
yeah. And so are we placing the number now, or are we discussing this on Tuesday?
No opinion, although I feel like the number kind of has to be 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's what we
mean,
voted.
that's why
Yeah.
it doesn't make a lot of sense to do
Yeah.
an article, but
So
I'm sorry, Amanda, I couldn't hear you.
I was just saying that's what we voted for.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that.
So-
Are there any other recommended changes to the articles for a representative town meeting?
I sort of semi-made a motion, but it didn't seem like we need one. We just had
Just
nods
guidance
to
for John.
Okay.
Just guidance for
That's
John.
fine with me.
Can I just make a quick comment? That would also necessitate adding in the recommendation back for coming here.
It doesn't necessitate that, and I'm iffier on that, given that we didn't follow it. So
all the different organizations.
Oh.
no, I think Gemma was saying the recommendation for the next year. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
Like
that's
what percentage do we want to do?
Oh,
I would say that seems sort of,
Since that would be a non-binding matter, you could bring that up under other business at the end. Okay.
but we had a binding article last year.
Actually, I think it was
advisory.
recommended,
It was an
wasn't it?
advisory article last
It was
year.
advisory last year.
What I'm trying to say is I recommend putting both of them back in there and leaving the procedure the way that we've established it already.
So, are we clear on our guidance to John, and he'll bring it back on Tuesday?
Are you clear, John?
No, not at all. I'm very confused.
I don't have any
If I was
fight
in
in
your
me.
seat, I don't know if I'd be either.
I don't have any fight in me for the recommendation article personally, but
Can you restate what the idea for the new Article 7, just so I understand?
to see what amount the town, if any, the town wants to appropriate for human services, something like that, with a motion, presumably with a default, with a number of 0.
In the FY27?
Yeah.
In FY7.
I think that sounds right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. John, do you have sufficient guidance?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Is there 3 head nods for that?
For the articles,
Yeah,
new Article 7?
They're all
for,
nodding away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, are we finished with the articles for representative town meeting?
And then these come back in their final form Tuesday and we
And
vote.
they'll come back in our
Okay.
final form on Tuesday and we'll vote. Yes, Isaac?
Maybe you can help me formulate what the motion would be, or if this is an article. But I think what you were saying, Liz, in terms of concern about the increase, like the human services budget is increased by more than 200% in the last 10 years, and while the general budget is increased by 50 or 60% over the last 10 years. So, what I'd love to be able to see is a meeting of minds of people who have thought about this a whole lot more than I have, like Andy Davis and Millicent Cooley and David Miner and folks who have been, to be able to give a chance for folks to come together, the chair of the Finance Committee, the chair of the Human Services Committee, to see if there is a process that is better, that's
Yes, but
You know what I'm saying?
and I know what you're saying. I couldn't agree more. I think that the process needs reform, but it's not. They're an RTM committee, and they'll either reform. I hope that this process will trigger reform, but there's also the potential, as Kate is smiling in the back, because also RTM could go away. And if that were the case, I believe that it should default to becoming a select board committee, and the select board can reform it and reconstitute it with some guidance that I think cooler heads could prevail in terms of how it should be restructured, how it should be controlled. Because right now, it's like the committees' hands are tied. Like, they don't really have the wherewithal to say, for example, boy, you've asked for an awful lot of money. And there's no control. Like, they deliberate, but there's nothing to say to them, like, I just think it needs reform.
Yeah.
And I think it needs ethical reform. And I think all those things have to take place. But right now, under the RTM mantle, it's not up to us. It's an RTM committee. It's entirely an RTM committee. So that's a question and something that perhaps could be debated at RTM if there is one.
I'm not sure that it's about people's wherewithal. I think it's partly like people are doing their job, what they've been directed to do, right?
Absolutely.
By RTM.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
But it does raise the question of, okay, so if there's a tug of war in terms and trying to figure out what's the best process and who has the power here, and this sort of jockeying that's sort of happening, what I'm wondering about is the charter, is there anything in the charter revision process?
Well, these fine people will tell you that there's quite a bit.
The
can
Charter
help us?
Review Committee spent 2.5 years, and this was a major issue, and we did a lot of work on this, and we came up with a proposal that we did in collaboration or with input from the Human Service Committee, and a similar approach for the Finance Committee, because that is also an RTM committee, but all of our work is on hold because of the petitions. So I would suggest that maybe that be reconsidered after this vote.
So maybe we could leave the process alone and do kind of one thing at a time. So, put back. And I think it would be good to be able to allow RTM to give some guidance for the next select board around this issue, as there has been this process all along. This is an unusual vote that we had this evening to go to 0,
Yes, Hannah?
Can I just remind you also that this is only the warning for RTM if RTM happens. So if RTM goes away and you have to rewarn an open meeting, you could reevaluate then if a different approach needs to be taken on human services. But this warning is assuming RTM stays in place.
Good point, Hannah. And go ahead, Oscar.
I think the Charter Review Commission, to me, seems like an excellent place for this reform to happen. Obviously, it's not going to happen tomorrow because we're kind of on hold, but
Because it is tomorrow.
It's not quite tomorrow. But Kate and Hannah seem to be sort of nodding at me that this is something that, yeah. So to me, I'm comfortable leaving the reform question there. And as far as the recommendation, I mean, I don't mind, but I don't have any fight in me for it. We could ask them to recommend a percentage or a number or just leave it off. At the moment, I'm saying just leave it off.
Yeah, definitely number. I mean, right now, what we just gave John guidance for is to put an article in, and it has to be 0 because that's what we voted for.
Right.
So I think we should just leave that alone, and then we can discuss it on Tuesday.
I'm content.
I'm just going to mention.
Hold on. Randy, would you like to be recognized to speak?
My understanding of the research I did in the Charter Review Commission meetings is that if it goes to open town meeting, there is no committees until it's on the floor and they'd have to be reformed.
There's another alternative, Randy, and that is that these committees, if they need to be considered, become select board committees like every other town committee. And I mean, the Charter Commission has one alternative, which is quite elaborate, to have additional elected people. I consider that to be an overreach. That is my personal opinion. So let us dispense with that issue, dispense with the articles, ask ourselves,
yes,
are we going to be discussing the finance report at this hour, or are we going to call it a day Well, there's still day.
It's midnight. So I say.
I can do a 2-minute overview if you would like to cover it now, or.
You can do it in 2 minutes?
You can do it in 2 minutes. You
I can
have at
I can
it.
name that tune.
I would rather not do that. I'd rather do it at 10:30 on Tuesday than midnight tonight. But
All right. Then I will entertain one more motion.
I move to adjourn.
All select board members in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I thank you all, and especially for the lateness of the hour. I thank Hannah, I thank Seth, I thank everyone here, ECTV.
Not as late as last week's Tuesday.